Hey everybody, it is NADCL Week 3, the finals for the best of twos. I'm Yodi. I'm joined by Samson and Eagle on the panel today. What's up, guys?
Hey,
Not
You
much,
guys,
man.
you guys excited for the games today?
Yeah, really excited. We had a couple unfortunate forfeits today, but I'm really excited to see what this new meta is going to look like.
Absolutely. I think before we get into that, let's take a look at the standings. You talked about some of the forfeits, and we do have the standings up. You see Sporkface Kill is up on top, a team that you're familiar there in second place for the pronouns. But down near where the lower bracket and the upper bracket is, we have a bunch of 6 and 10 teams. We got Chompers, we got Bullish on Gaming, Astronaut Esports, and Yodi Bernie Nexus. With all of the matchups you see today, which team do you expect to make into the upper bracket?
I mean, it's a really hard thing to determine, right? We got a lot of critical matchups this weekend. I know Yodi Brody Nexus, that obviously your team, little bias on the panel here. I really think that they're the ones that are going to be able to, kind of overcome the challenges that are happening this weekend. And out of the couple teams that are jostling for the lower portion of the upper bracket and the upper portion of the lower bracket, I think they're really going to come out ahead. But we'll see how they do in the weekend. What do you think, Simpson?
yeah, I'm excited for the Honored Vanguard. They went 0-8 at the start, and now they are 8-0 in their last 8 games. So they're right in the middle of the pack right now. It'll be exciting to see if they just keep rising up, and are actually one of the top teams.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, like you said, they're sitting pretty firmly in 6th place. So if they can win out, I mean, then they kind of hold their future. But I'm with you. I think Nexus with the different forfeits we have going on and the matchups, I think they have a good chance to make it. And then it's really out of Astronaut, Bullish, and Chompers who can take that last spot. I do think there's going to be a big difference in how the tournament plays if you are lower bracket and you only have one chance to lose versus the upper bracket. But I would love to see a lower bracket team run through. I'll have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think
The
there's
lower
a
bracket's best of one? Oh God, it's even worse than I thought. I got news in my ear. The first round, yeah. So definitely a huge advantage for any of these teams that can make it up. And there's so many just right there on the cusp.
Who do you think has the advantage for those best of ones? Or I guess a better way to put it is, who do you think is most disadvantaged by the best of one format out of the lower bracket projected teams?
I think it's tough. Samson, do you have a take on the bottom 4?
I think it's all about confidence. Like if the team, for example, if the Honored Vanguard, the guys that just went on a win streak, if they were put in the lower bracket right now, I would believe they could go really far. I mean, they're on a streak. They have a lot of confidence.
Sure.
But, all of them ended up in the lower bracket somehow. So
That's true.
I think there's like some teams down at the bottom that maybe haven't performed to their potential either. Maybe not taking the group stage like very seriously. Like I think Bullish on Gaming is like a super talented team. It seems like they're just kind of waiting to play. And I think Red 2 on Continuum is another team that, if they pull it together, who knows what they can do. So
yeah, absolutely.
That I'd be looking at.
Like you mentioned, Bullish on Gaming, they've had some forfeits, they've had some scheduling issues. They're kind of flying under the radar a little bit with their current placement in relation to, kind of the talent that they have there. And they're not afraid to bust out some unconventional picks, stuff like Wraith King or Razor or Monkey King. It's had mixed results so far, but they're a really hard team to prep for because they bust out some of these out of meta picks that no one was expecting. I think that can be an extremely dangerous proposition in the lower bracket, especially when you're talking about a best of one. You get last pick Brooded or something like that, and all of a sudden,
For sure.
even if the draft, it doesn't look that bad, you're just so demoralized because oh man, this really strong hero that we forgot about in the draft is going to come face roll us, and it's a hard thing to come back from.
Yeah, I think best of ones are absolutely scary. Like you said, that you just players at this level too. You're bound to have one player that just has this pick that can just completely roll you. But we do have a draft. We could talk a little bit more about the picks as we get into it. We are going to be watching Fry Boys against THV. Samson, you talked about THV. They started 0-8. They're on an 8-0 run. What about this team has kind of changed their trajectory?
Yeah, so we interviewed one of their players, and he was talking about how they were role switching a lot. They finally found their roles that fit best for the team, and they just, I guess they were a newer team that finally found how they work together.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, they've actually moved like a bunch of positions around too. I mean, they had Door playing carry, and then the games that we watched last, Bray was back into that carry role, so Door was able to get back into pos 5. I mean, you talked about confidence with this team. You know, maybe they just didn't have the chemistry early on, but they do seem to have it all together. Eagle, have you seen anything with the Fry Boys this season?
Yeah, absolutely. So Fry Boys were one of the teams that we played early on for the Pronouns. And just as I was about to talk about it, the Timbersaw pick, I'm really surprised didn't get banned. Zor played a nasty Timbersaw against Pronouns in the first week of NADCL. And I'm really surprised Fry Boys didn't ban it out. I'm sad they couldn't get it for Zor because he's an absolute animal on that hero. But I think we can expect maybe a, it's going to be kind of an odd pick. I was going to say techies. The problem is DK is a really, really strong hero right now. And normally I would kind of default to a first pick DK given some of the picks that we've seen in Bet Boom Dacha and some of the pro tournaments. But the Timbersaw is such a hard counter to the DK in lane and throughout the game itself. It makes it really hard to pick into that. So it's a clever pick from the Honored Vanguard because not only do they have this really strong hero in Timbersaw, but it's also kind of a block pick for that DK where now Fry Boys either has to ban it out or give it over to the Honor Vanguard. And all of a sudden you have two S tier or A plus tier heroes and Dragon Knight and Timbersaw running at your face in 20 minutes. And it's a really, really hard thing to deal with for them.
Absolutely. Samson, I know we've gone through some of the drafts this season, and if I remember correctly, it was like this Tusk plus range hero was kind of like this Timbersaw's bane of existence. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Ooh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, the Tusk plus the tag team just allows you to truly hit the Timbersaw like no other hero could. With the sporadic just right clicks on the Timbersaw, he can just regen up with his armor. But when you really just hit him, it feels unusual for him, and he can really just lose lane and lose game from that.
Yeah, let's also touch on some of these bans. I know we were talking before we got on about some of the things that are maybe meta in other tournaments versus the NADCL. Do you guys see any of these bans being more targeted, or which one of these kind of are highlighted as more meta?
Yeah, I think the Magnus is a big one, right? We haven't really seen Magnus a ton in some of the previous games in NADCL, and it's been kind of a lower prioritized hero, but now we're seeing it first phase. And Fry Boys might have a good Magnus player in Zor, but it's not really a pick that we've seen them historically make over the past couple of weeks. So seeing that first phase was kind of eyebrow raising. But when you go and look at the top contested heroes in Bet Boom Dacha, then it starts to make a little bit more sense. As you see, this hero is one of the top 5, top 10 contested heroes. So while it didn't necessarily come to the top of people's minds before this tournament, now we're starting to see it a little bit more. Same thing with Batrider, right? Batrider, and especially in a support position, was not a super popular pick. But now that we're seeing some of the pros do it and how they play and how they move around the map, we're starting to see a lot of that trickle down here. And you can see that with both the bans and the picks.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've got 3 picks for themselves. So you talked about Batrider. It does seem like it's being played support more often now. So is this your support duo, the Batrider and the Rubik?
I think so. I think it is. I'm a little bit worried about Fry Boys draft right now. I don't know where that Weaver's going to go, but if it's a core Weaver, as in they have a Weaver techies lane, I'm really scared for that lane because you're going to have a Timbersaw who can just run at you as soon as he hits level 3. And then you're also going to have a Batrider who can just start napalming you and get on top of the techies once he hits 2 or 3. And they're just going to be forced out of lane. You have this really tanky hero and this hero that does a ton of magical damage and slows. Weaver might not be as affected by much because he has Sakuchi to get out of that, but the techies is really going to suffer if they end up landing this Weaver and techies together. And if they don't send the Weaver there, I'm kind of worried about the impact he's going to have on the game, because where is he going to go what lane is he going to go? It's not a super strong mid. It's kind of an awkward 3. A 4, it used to be played quite popularly as a 4, but I still think you're kind of lacking damage and control from a lot of your supports if you put that Weaver 4.
Absolutely.
Zor is an infamous Weaver 3 player.
Really?
Yes, he is like, I think 1,000 games of it at least on his data buff.
Okay.
So it's most likely a Weaver 3.
The inside knowledge. That's what you need here, the NADCL.
So what do Fry Boys need?
35 picks, 62% win rate.
Awesome.
Wow.
So from a draft perspective, what do Fry Boys need? Because considering that Weaver isn't kind of the traditional initiator or tank that can really get in your face and really dominate that lane, what are Fry Boys kind of looking for here?
Yeah, you definitely want a mid that is some kind of frontliner that doesn't care too much. Oh,
there it is.
You want
a
Tusk 5.
Listen. You guys wonder, I'm on this panel, I'm doing these drafts, I don't have the knowledge, but sometimes I write down notes from things I hear on here, right? Sometimes it comes back and I surprise everyone. Look at that. They take the Tusk and they're going to most likely have that range support with them. But what is that? Does that mean it might be a core? Or what is the Tusk? Where's the Tusk go?
Yeah, it could be a one Weaver now with the Tusk in the lane.
Yeah.
I think that makes the matchup way better.
Absolutely. I think one thing to point out is that they've now paired this Tusk with 2 heroes that really take advantage of tag team. You have the Weaver with the Geminate attack, where we get extra damage, not only the Geminate attack, but both attacks, both the regular and Geminate, benefit from the bonus damage from tag team. And you also have the Pangolier, who gets the bonus damage on his Swashbuckle. So you have these 2 heroes that pair really, really well together with Tusk. So this isn't, some out of the bag kind of thing. This is something that they thought about quite a bit, and they came prepared, ready to go with these 2 heroes prepared to pick with this Tusk. So it really, really shows that they prepped well for this.
Yeah, I think all of Tusk abilities kind of pair well with the heroes this game. You got the save from the Batrider, maybe. You have just the save on the Weaver is really annoying. All of these heroes, like saving a Techies even, could be pretty annoying with Snowball. And something I noticed from Tundra when they won TI a year and a half ago, when they had the Tusk mid, that's when it was super popular. You just throw the shards out. It's a catch, and you have Techies to throw some mines in there. You have Pango to swashbuckle, maybe even roll in the shards. So yeah, I think Tusk works well with all of their heroes.
All right, so talk to me a little bit about this Techies. Why is Techies a hero that you can just first pick?
Yeah, so this is another kind of revelation that's been coming down through the high MMR pubs and now really reinforced itself in Bedroom Dacha. And so this hero is a really, really strong 5 because he can kind of 1v2 the lane, right? Because once you hit level 1 and then level 3, I mean 1, 2, and 3, they're all kind of spikes for this hero, but basically you're throwing the sticky bomb on whomever you're trading with, whether that be the 3 or the 4, and then you right click them because you have a bajillion range. So it's really hard for the opposing 4 to out damage you because you have such a huge rage advantage and also a ton of magic damage. And just note that Sticky Bomb is actually not affected by Mage Slayer, so that's another reason that helps it scale a little bit better. But it's really, really effective at zoning out the enemy 4 if you put it 5. And then once you've zoned out that enemy 4, then you can kind of start to collapse and 2v1 the offlaner. And I think that's why we might see this Techies 5 as opposed to what we've kind of traditionally seen it instead of a 4.
Gotcha. And then you guys see the Ember Spirit picked up on THV. Does this answer some of the questions that Fry Boys are kind of posing? With the, like you guys noticed, like all of the saves, all the damage they can throw into all the Tusk spells. Does the Ember Spirit address a lot of what Fry Boys are trying to do? Samson?
Yeah, he can cope with that for sure. He doesn't mind somebody being saved because he can take a long engagement, be sneaky, be hard to catch. And I guess you have the Techies to try to jump on an Ember, but that doesn't feel great. You have the Tusk Punch to go on the Ember, but none of their stuns are incredible to catch the Ember Spirit. The best catch in the game really right now is the Batrider lasso.
Yeah, and we got the final bans that get rid of the Morphling and the Lone Druid. Both teams actually taking carries out of the game. Any carries that you guys would like to see picked here for THV?
I think they are really lacking some damage. So I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see someone like a TA. I think it would struggle pretty hard in a lane against Batrider, but as long as you can protect it with the techies, they're going to go on you and they might kill you once or twice. But I think that's a good solution for some of the damage that they're kind of missing. And I think the ability to refraction once you get later on in the game, once you get the talent that allows you to to put up refraction once you're disabled, will be really helpful in mitigating some of the damage that might come up from lasso or some of the other disables. So I think TA feels like kind of a natural pick for Fry Boys. What do you guys think?
Yeah, they go for the Medusa on the Honored Vanguard. They're gonna snap pick, so no more thinking.
Oh,
They take the anti-mana
yeah.
hero.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think anything that we said really matters because the last two picks are like 2 game defining. You know, like Medusa versus Anti-Mage. That's what the game is about now.
Okay. All right, talk me through. We'll start with you, Eagle, since I'm going to be taking Samson with me. Give me your prediction and tell me a little bit about what you feel this Anti-Mage versus Medusa is going to play out like.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to the lanes, honestly. I think if Batrider is able to effectively push this AM out of the lane and take that early tower, I think the Honored Vanguard can kind of snowball pretty hard. They're not going to sit and wait for this Medusa to become 6-slotted. They're going to push really, really early and put a ton of pressure on this AM, kind of kick him out of their jungle, kick him out of the triangle, scrunch his map down really, really tightly, and just kind of choke him out. But if their lanes don't go well, then I can see it all falling apart for Vanguard. So my honest prediction is probably going to be Fry Boys. I think they're going to win this one just due to going 50-50 on those lanes. And Honored Vanguard, if they mess up a fight, the pendulum's going to swing really hard in Fry Boys' direction because, as you said, that Medusa AM matchup is so tough to play into.
All right. We are headed into the game. I appreciate you, Eagle. We'll see you on the other side of this one. Sounds like Eagles believes that THV is going to end their win streak. Samson, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think AM wins this game solo.
Okay.
It is very sad for Medusa. They did not think about AM before they picked Medusa.
All right, what do you think of the alt chat?
Let's see. Cakey. Mercy Rim. Yes, that's the only way you're going to win. If Rim gives Mercy.
It's still it seems like everyone's on the same page. So it's Rem's game to lose. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, maybe a Timber Saw messes you up in lane somehow. It's easy. You know, the Timber has pure damage, which can be nice when you're trying to really burst down the AM. But I think the AM can be totally fine in lane against the Timber. It's actually like kind of okay. It's weird, like AM's a bad laner, but he can kind of be okay against Timber.
Yeah.
And yeah, Medusa has it's impossible for the Medusa to kind of just play against the AM in fights. The AM will need to be like insta-killed really before he can do anything to the Medusa.
Do they have the lockdown? I mean, they have the Batrider. They've got different things with chains. They got the Rubik. Do they have the lockdown to kill the Anti-Mage before they get out? Oh man, Zor, he's running through the trees. One right click, he's gonna meet him at the stairs. Who's faster? Bray. First blood on the Ember Spirit. That's huge for the mid lane as well.
Come on, man. You're a level 30 Weaver and you're giving up first blood. No, but
he did get caught. I don't know if you saw that before we get to, like too far in this game. I don't know. On the Dire side, do you see this dragon? It's the first time I've seen it in game.
The dragon on the
ancient.
Wow, that's crazy. That is beautiful.
Yeah, it's kind of pretty. I don't know. Like, I'm just kind of hating it without seeing it, but it's kind of cool.
Makes me not want to end the game.
It should do damage or something now. Pay to win. All right, looking at the lanes, mid. I think mid's gonna probably go pretty even. I think once he gets Slight and Chains, maybe there's some potential there, but you've always got the swashbuckle to get out. So looking at the side lanes, what do you think is our kill lanes?
Yeah, so I think this Timber, he could kill the AM, but he already does have 50 mana. So it's kind of like, I think the opportunity is over now that he has no mana. Maybe he buys some mangoes or something, or maybe it's the Lotus would be really nice for the Timber, but without any mana,
Up top, they're
do much.
chasing LGTK. He's got the Fairy Fire, but man, he went real low, and now the lane's pushing into the tower.
I would think the Tusk Weaver is a very strong lane. I mean, we've been talking about how the Tusk plus ranged hero is crazy, but I could understand how a Rubik and a Medusa just right-click them down and win that way. The double ranged hero is kind of unfair in that way.
Yeah, it is true. Double range. Well,
despite being double ranged, you got a Medusa with a mana shield, so it's kind of a pseudo very tanky hero.
Yeah, that's true. Down bottom, I'm actually curious because there was a lot of praise on this techies. Talked about level 1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really curious to see what happens down this bottom lane. Anti-Mage's kind of been jumping away, but I don't know. Is there something where this Techies is able to get a kill on either of these two heroes on Dire in the bottom lane?
Well, it's looking like Timber is a bit too tanky. I think the AM is happy with just getting rid of the Timber's mana, and he can't really trade with the Timber. Maybe he needs like a Wraith Band, or I guess he's just going straight power treads. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Techies got a kill on the Batrider, especially if Anti-Mage gets a few hits in like that.
Yeah, it's like a stalemate all over. I mean, I think this is what like both teams want too, right? I mean, like you said, it's all in on the carries. What is gonna happen? Oh man, up top, LGTK. Oh no, they've got the right clicks, they've got the range, but he's just able to get right out.
Oh,
but now Medusa low on mana. Zor, the damage, he gets the kill. The shield is gone and the right clicks come through.
It's difficult to perceive how much damage the Medusa is taking because the bugs just keep minusing the armor and the mana shield goes away.
I mean, that was a pretty big swing. I mean, the lane came down. They were able to get the pull. I mean,
both heroes are at the bottom of the
under the shards again. LGTK going low. He's picked up by the Rubik, but the Techies coming from the Twin Gate. That will be the Rubik gone. And Medusa just TP'd here. This is not where she wants to be.
What a lovely play from this Techies. Even though he doesn't get the kill on the Medusa, they get the Rubik. Yeah, that's a really heads-up play from the Techies. I think he did that because, the Medusa is TPing back to lane. So even if this guy, doesn't die, he's very, very sad. His lane just got majorly screwed over.
Yeah, he had to literally take the magic wand just to get some mana back. But it's funny, we talked about like what hero can Techies kill in the bottom lane, and then he just gets helps to get a kill in the top lane.
Yeah, I think magic damage heroes truly just allow you to finesse, and that's what you want out of a first pick is just some finesse from some damage.
Yeah, Batrider actually gave his life in the mid lane to get the Pango kill as well.
This Pango went for first item Blightstone, which, look, I'm not a Pango player, but that's interesting to me. No boots even, and he's just going straight for the Diffusal. So he really doesn't care about running away from this Ember. He just wants to get that mana away.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, another good hero against Medusa, as Medusa is getting gone on up top. Rubik, he's got the lift, he lands it, got the stun, but he still will fall. Zor, we talked about him being level 30. He gave up first blood, but man, this guy, he's now on a killing spree.
Ooh.
As he falls. He just got Fey bolted. I don't know, Caster's Curse might be real, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I was like setting him up for like another kill, and then he just gets Fade Bolt. What can you do?
The Pango got the mid rune. He got the double damage, so the Pango is very happy despite dying a little bit earlier.
Oh no,
And-
he's getting run down. He's got the
and TP
chains in
coming
mid.
too.
Sleight of fist. He's just getting
Oh.
dove. Door came
That
just to
feels bad.
watch.
Getting rune and then dying is very sad. Very sad.
Yeah, I mean, he is on his way to that diffusal blade though, and it's just another hero that is going to be able to chase down this Medusa when the lanes break up. It's going to be so hard for this Medusa to find any farm, it feels.
And I wouldn't be surprised if the Weaver goes for a diffusal as well. It's a nice Weaver item. So the Dire have assets on the top of the charts right now, but I guess that would be expected because you have an AM and a Weaver. The Weaver does have crazy denies though, so Medusa's not happy either.
Oh, he missed the slight down in the bottom lane. Anti-mage dodges
right
it
back to
out.
mid.
Yeah, you got to save the tower, man. 8-minute rune coming up.
Oh, what happened to the Wisdom runes?
Oh,
One for
no.
one.
Oh, nice. Top tower is already going down.
Yeah, I think that's the double range we were talking about. I guess they can out trade, but if you want to expend all your resources, the Tusk and the Weaver are able to trade with you there.
They are trading towers down bottom. They got the catapult hitting. Doesn't look like they want to defend this either. Willing to give it away.
Yeah, there's no hero that you can really just stay in lane against a Timbersaw. I mean, maybe if you had a Tusk plus a ranged hero, you could do it. Yeah, and I'm very surprised they went for the Tusk plus ranged hero and didn't put it against the Timbersaw.
That's true. They found the Medusa, though. They smoked up in behind the tier 2s. Bat Rider, he's steeping in. But Medusa's mana is gone and now is dead. Bat Rider's here, but he doesn't have level 6. But they brought everyone else as well. Ember Spirit in the vicinity. Timbersaw as well. They're trying to clean up. Make sure they pay for killing their Medusa. But Zor, Shikuchi's, hides in the trees. And he TPs himself away. You got to think it's definitely worth. I mean, Fry Boys find the Medusa kill. They give up the techies.
And they put everybody on that side of the map. Ember has to run back to the bottom. AM farms this nice wave bottom. The AM went straight. I guess he's getting his phase boots now, but he has a cornucopia already, going for the Battle Fury. So the Tusk, even though he wasn't in lane against the Timber, he still is very useful for bringing down any high HP targets, just because you want to right click them a ton, and the tag team makes those right clicks more powerful. So still a good counter to the Timber.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was. Oh, they're smoked on the mid lane. Jed, he jumps himself forward, and I don't think he's gonna get out of here. He does roll, but Bravery is on a killing spree. Anti-Mage here now with the ultimate, and now the roll onto this Ember, but he's got a Remnant back behind the tower, and now Anti-Mage looks like he might die, but he actually is out so far. Double kill for Bravery. Ember in pursuit, does not have Slight for another 3 seconds. Techie's trying to save him. Rem turns to try to fight. The Slight into the chains, and now Timbersaw is here as well. Bravery's gonna pay with his life, but he did get that Anti-Mage. And now it's just the Timbersaw jumping around and messing around with 2 heroes, I guess.
I love to see an AM come mid and try to get some kills. I mean, he did get some kills on the Bat Rider and the Rubik, and then he tried to get the Ember, and that did not succeed. But, you know, he doesn't have his Battle Fury yet. He's not farming when he goes to camps or anything. So might as well, you know, go for some kills, go for some gold.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like the kill opportunity was there, and they went under the tower, and things got bad really fast. But I do love to see both teams super active. You see the smokes. I mean, they're both definitely just letting their carries farm.
I think the AM feels confident, and that's why he's being so
man.
active, and the other team feels pressured, and that's why they're so active.
Ember, he's diving the tower. Did get the slight kill onto the techies, but they got him kicked up. And now he's under the tower, but Timber trying to save him, but the Swashbuckle will land right through. And now the Pango, Chakram just eats him alive. Zor and the Rubik both with the Shikuchi hiding. Zor won't be able to find him in an LGTK. He's got the roll, but the Timber is right on top of him. Fight continues. Gets the kill onto Rubik before he falls, but finally Timber claims the kill onto that Tusk.
So a few days ago, or I guess a few weeks ago, we saw the KK Mars performance absolutely dominate. We gave him MVP twice despite losing, but Mars is a kind of more a late game hero. You know, he's got the nice double stun, the arena, but now we're seeing him on this Timber that can just run around and kill people, and he is destroying. He's blowing people up.
Is it gonna make enough space for this Medusa? Like, what's the win condition? Because I mean, I heard nothing but despair. Right? What is the win condition for this Medusa?
I think so. He's going to the Manta right now. Maybe he goes immediately for a battle or a butterfly, and then the matchup that's like the biggest advantage you can get against the AM is the evasion.
Okay.
I think when Medusa was really popular and there was like offlane AMs, that was the strategy against the AM was just go butterfly and just rush at them. But yeah, that could maybe work.
It looks like they're setting up down bottom. I love to see plays like this. They're waiting for him to show up on this camp, and that's exactly what they're going to get there. On top of Rem, he blinked himself in here. So now they've got everything they need. They've got the damage. They've got the kill. That's another kill for Ember Spirit, and this Anti-Mage is off the map. Oh, they dusted up Zor. He does have the ult, so he's going to time-lapse himself back to safety. But they waited down bottom, and they got their kill. Oh, this is still going.
Oh, wow.
Zor's back in. He doesn't have the time-lapse, but it's a 4-on-4. Timber is on his way here, actually. It's good 4-on-3, but the roll comes out. The roll onto the bat, rather, Jed. And the Rubik with the stolen roll. Is there going to be a fight here? They're going to just keep looking at each other. Oh, Timber's here. He'll definitely fight. Jed, he's caught under the Chakram. Tusk trying to save him with the shards, but the Ember Spirit's still in pursuit. He's got the slight, but no chains. Finally gets the kill onto the Pango. And Timber is not done. Timber is hit with the Walrus Punch, but he's stuck under the Chakram. He's got the Snowball, stuck onto KK, but do they have the damage? They sure do not. That's a mega kill streak for this Timber. And I'm not sure that he's done yet. But I guess he'll take a break for now.
This Timber might actually make enough space for this Medusa. He is destroying.
So the win condition is the Timber himself.
You know what? Yeah, that makes sense. If this Medusa can literally just become a frontliner, you don't even need the Medusa to be doing the... Okay, yeah, the Medusa is going for the butterfly straight up. I think if they are just able to 5v5, the Medusa is just there and is... See, the thing is, this Medusa might join the fight, and the AM might just jump on top of the Medusa, and then the Medusa kills her own teammates with the Mana Void.
Yeah. Stay away from the Medusa. Uh-oh. I hear another roll.
Still has the roll.
The stolen roll on Rubik. He actually snowballed in, blinks himself into the trees. They're here ready for this, and Medusa's actually decided to show up as well. Techies, he's got the bombs, trying to get a kill before he falls. But Dor claims the kill onto Techies. Stepped on the wrong side of the river.
Ooh, and the Rubik now has the proximity mines, which is quite annoying.
Oh,
just
man.
Closes off the map.
But Medusa feeling like she can get involved.
Yeah, and if anything, you just send some Manta illusions in. Just keep them right clicking. This anti-mage is just in hard farming mode, so I guess the Medusa feels a little safer. If the AM shows up and then gets timber sawed, the AM is very sad. That's what makes the Medusa feel safe. Yeah, you were talking about how the timber is the win condition, and that is so absolutely true. He is going to be the damage of this game. He
I
is
like
going
it.
for the Sange and the Sange and Kaya. Already has the blink, which is a fun pickup on Timbersaw nowadays.
Up top, they smoked again. They're down into the jungle behind the tier 1s. Techies trying to get himself out, but KK jumps in, puts a little bit of damage. Brave does secure the kill. The Ember Spirit gets the kill on the Techies. Another smoke gank that goes successful for the Dire side.
Now, I know it wasn't too crazy, but did you see the Rubik steal of the blast off? Like, he wasn't even landed yet, and the Rubik already got it. He is stealing some spells on Rubik for sure.
Absolutely. It does feel like they have this confidence as well. You guys talked about how hard this matchup is, the Anti-Mage versus Medusa, and maybe it does get to that point, but THV is not just sitting down. I mean, they are all out, pushing towers. Medusa's getting involved. They're making smoke plays. It does feel like they're giving themselves a chance.
Mm-hmm. They're very active on the map, or at least on the side lanes, pushing.
Oh, they got the Anti-Mage too. Oh, no. No chains. 1 second away.
That is sad.
Oh,
Oh,
he
no,
still
he
died.
died. The Rubik got him. What even happened? I guess some... Oh, my dodo just crashed. I guess some remaining damage got the anti-mage.
It's wild. They got the lasso onto the
Oh,
Mango.
The proximity mine got him.
Oh, did it? Oh my gosh. Jet is rolling himself out, but they've got 4 Euros chasing him down. Timber in the backlines thinking about getting involved as well.
Oh, no.
And you see Tusk saying push the side lanes as THV smokes up instantly. Nah, he was drawn on the map. Just two great right angle lines.
The Weaver went for a Maelstrom, so I mean maybe he does this every build. Maybe this is the offlane Weaver build. He would know better, but that is not going for kills immediately. He is definitely looking to scale, becoming another carry.
Could be what they need. Oh, they jumped in. They grabbed the Rubik Zor as well as LGTK on this Tusk. They find Door, but now they got to pay because Timbersaw's here. And the first to fall will be the Tusk. Man, this
Nice
Weaver
little
is
pick
so
on the
hard to
Rubik,
catch,
though.
huh?
Oh yeah, for sure. He knows the limits of the hero. I mean, other than dying first blood, it is going to be hard to kill him. The only way, I guess, is the Bat Rider getting a good Lasso, or maybe the Rubik Telekinesis. I wouldn't be surprised if the Medusa... Nah, Axe is trash. Let's be honest, Axe is trash.
I love that we're thinking, though. You're like, I wonder if the... No.
Yeah, because
Zor.
against Anti-Mage, you want to just go for like a Daedalus or something, I'd suspect, or just... You don't want to be trying to survive against him. I mean, other than the butterfly, the evasion is nice.
Timbersaw's courier died. I'm not sure what it had.
His Sange, probably. He has the Kaya already, and he's going for the Hex.
I don't know. This KK guy is definitely a difference maker.
Yeah, he is level 15 already. I
They're
like
walking into Roche.
Okay, so this is actually a very nice tool against the anti-mage, is the Medusa Aegis. So maybe the anti-mage just cannot commit and get the ult off on you because you have a second life.
So you give this to the Medusa, you think?
I would suspect, yeah, just because the AM matchup is so hard. Give this to
All right.
the Medusa. You probably take the tier 2s, maybe just 2 of them, and then maybe they go to end right now after they get the butterfly. Maybe they just wait for another, I guess. But the more you let this AM farm, the worse it feels.
Do you think the way the Weaver is getting items as well? I mean, he's got the Gleipnir to keep the Medusa in place, but Medusa's not really a hero that like kind of wants to run away. So I don't know. Oh gosh, they get the Ember. Speaking of the Gleipnir, does find the Ember Spirit up top.
The Gleipnir has good stats. I think that's part of it. It's good against the Ember, probably. It's good against the Timber. And it's maybe even good against the Batrider. Like, even escaping from those guys, I think it's okay. Weirdly, like, they want to run at you, you just Gleipnir them, kind of just scuttle away as a Weaver. Doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, like you said, it's good damage as well. Because like the Pango, he's got the Diffusal, he's got the Mage Slayer. You know what the anti-mage is going to give you. I think it might actually be getting a little scary for THV. The map seems to be closing up. They have the Aegis, but it doesn't seem like they can go anywhere anymore.
They have a 1k lead, and they have Aegis, which is kind of... You'd think the team with Aegis has more than a 1k lead.
Oh, Rem down bottom. He's going for the Lotus when Timbersaw was chasing him. Chakram goes out.
About to be melted. Oh.
The Jukes. Sometimes you're just too good, you know?
Yeah. Cannot chase an anti-mage that far. And you cannot chase a Weaver with a Shikuchi either.
Or, no. They gave him away his courier. They've got all the damage. They've got the snowball, and Jed will finish off the kill off a door.
Yeah, we have been caster cursing this Shikuchi for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying anyone's getting away anymore.
A little quick look at the scoreboard. KK is 5-0-5. Deathless still. The Embers have been very active. And the Medusa has only died 3 times. I'm a little surprised the anti-mage hasn't gotten a few just like quick picks on him, but I mean, that's probably all the Medusa's thinking about.
Yeah. I think a lot of those were like early too, before the anti-mage got involved. I don't think any of those happened after the lanes. Medusa is pushing the bottom tower here.
Yeah. Telling him to come back.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like kind of crazy a little bit. I was actually excited to see what the game plan was.
I really wouldn't be too opposed to it with like how the game is feeling right now.
Oh, they got the techies in the mid lane.
Didn't even
I don't know. I'm just
Timber.
gonna follow this Timber. Wherever the Timber goes, there seems to be action. He's also like so good at like just getting rid of the bombs. He just walks right through them.
Regions up.
Yeah, the regen is there. I mean, I feel like other heroes, it would be like a big commitment, but this guy's just leading the charge.
Yeah, and when you get the level 20 talent with the magic
the
resistance.
Hex is there. Up top, they've got Zor. He's stunned. He's lifted. They've got the dust, so they know where he is. The chains are going to land. He's trying to get something crazy. The bugs land onto 4, but Zor will fall. That's a killing spree for the Batrider. For a second there, it looked like they were baited into his trap.
That's nice that you get a kill on Weaver, because he's a nuisance. But you also have 30 seconds left of Aegis that you're using on your side of the map. So it's a little suboptimal. But I guess their plan is just wait for the next Aegis, and that's when you really go for the high ground push.
All right, Medusa is going for the Disperser. Is that an answer to this game? What does the Disperser give us?
Yeah, weirdly, anti-mage hates when people take away his mana because it makes him not be able to blink. And I- the disperser is just, you know, you can run away with it, you can chase people with it. It's a dispel, which is just crazy. So yeah, it's a nice item for Medusa.
How do you see these fights playing out though? We've only seen like these pickoffs. When we get a 5-on-5 fight, what's the targets? Like, what's an optimal fight for the Dire side?
The Dire, you want your Timber blowing people up. Like if you can blow up Anti-Mage or Weaver, that's optimal.
They're going for the Pango. He's got the Hex there. They've got the bugs coming out, but they're actually just in Pango's roll here. Waiting for the roll to end. He's got the TP. Is he going to be able to get out with this? He actually finds his way out, and Zor jumps in, but he's invisible. Invincibility is invisibility. So he just goes up to his high ground. I cannot believe Pango got out of that.
That is why I did not say Pango was an optimal target, because I kind of was thinking some of those shenanigans would happen. They just don't have the length of stun needed. They had the lasso, but that is just not long enough.
Yeah, that was wild. It was like they were in Pango's racetrack. He was just doing loops and laps, and then decided he was tired. He was going to go home, and everyone was in the crowd. You know, they were down below, just waving him goodbye.
He had a bug on his windshield.
He did. He had a bug on his windshield. He did. He had to go to the shop to clean it up, and nobody stopped him. Honestly, nobody stopped him.
All right, so the Medusa no longer has Aegis. So if they were not being patient before, they're gonna be even more patient. But you know, it's working out for them. This Timber, he is so darn good. He knows when to kill people. He knows when to farm. He is, I believe, the highest level in the game on Timber still. He's wrecking. Ooh, Tusk almost has the Ags, which is gonna be oh, you know, yeah, you were talking about how engagements should go, and
Yeah.
that is a really good opportunity for Fry Boys if they have a Tusk good kickback. The Medusa, already hating this game, would hate a kickback. This allows AM to drain all the mana so freely, and the AM can't really get blown up if you're just killing the Medusa on your backlines, not even their backlines.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the movement on that kick is so crazy too. Like you just like you're nowhere where you thought you were. It just moves you so far. Oh no, Zor. He's got the glide near the right clicks. He's chasing down the Batrider. Batrider with the Ogre Seal. Trying to get himself out. And now Zor, he's hexed up and he's gonna be killed. Unstoppable streak for this Timber.
Jeez. That feels bad. This Timber just does too darn much.
I mean, I think like it adds insult to injury when someone like Ogre leaps himself away from you and then you die. You know, that's the last thing you see before you go. I think it's gonna add some salt to the wound.
That's a taunt.
That's a taunt, yeah. Absolutely.
That's the second time in a row I believe the Weaver has died there. And you know, it's still not the worst spot to die. It was literally right in front of the enemy's high ground. Still made the Timber come back at least.
I do wonder if he needed to use the Gleipnir so early. It did seem like he had the right click damage to kill off the bat, who was right clicking him back. But you know, obviously these guys will make the adjustments.
Ember has the full build nowadays. The Mage Slayer, Shiva's, Maelstrom.
Not the full build.
Dude, I wonder if Valve, you know, like tries these builds out themselves.
You could probably stop there, I think. But you said, I wonder if Valve, and I think that's
You
where it
don't
can
think
end right there. Like I think there's
not
no
doing that
sentence
deeply?
that follows that it would be feasible, to be honest with you. I wonder if Valve, nope, that you can stop there. But it's a nice idea to think But yeah, it is cool. I will say the one good thing about Dota is like how many times they balance. I think like it's very hard in games, and that's one part of it that I do enjoy. But man, where's the battle pass? Where's the things we loved? It's like no event, no battle pass, more treasures for money.
Look, all will be resolved when Taskmaster comes, or whatever his name is. What's the new character? You know what his name is? Taskmaster? Ringmaster.
The Ringmaster.
All will
I'm
be
cool with that. I
resolved.
love like circus type characters, like I don't know, the Jokers of the character world. I'm excited. He's gonna come out broken and the game's gonna be unplayable, but yeah, it'd be cool.
You're the guy playing them, it's all good.
Yeah, as long as you get him, you're good to go.
Already 1 minute gone from Aegis. Maybe I felt a little too pressured for this Medusa team this whole game. I guess the AM matchup is not as easy as I thought it was.
I don't know if we found like those big team fights. I mean, we're 32 minutes into this game, and I don't think we've had Medusa involved in like this 5v5 where you have the ability for Tusk to kick him out and Anti-Mage to go on top of him. It's been Timbersaw reacting to the plays that Fryboys has made, and I feel like THV has just stopped everything that Fryboys has been cooking. Just KK is just kind of on top of it. It feels.
Yeah. So I guess that's the problem they're dealing with. Before they can even try to think about solving the Medusa problem, they still have the Timbersaw problem that is right in front of their face.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And now it looks like Anti-Mage, in Anti-Mage fashion, is trying to cut the wave, but you got a Medusa with an Aegis, with a Disperser, with a Butterfly, with a Chrysalis, with a Manta, and he's hitting your towers. So it's like, what do you do?
This Fryboys draft does have fire wave cutting.
Oh, they got the kickback. They killed the Bat Rider, and Timbersaw is going to be the one that comes back to the Anti-Mage. But Anti-Mage is going to TP himself here. They know Timber's not here. They roll out instantly. Techie's TPing in. They've caught the Rubik. They've stunned him up, and they've got the right clicks to do it. Zor will claim the kill onto the Rubik.
This Tusk Axe is such a game changer. It really gives their team something that like I didn't even realize it possessed, because they really just have crappy stuns. Another reason the Weaver went for the Gleipnir, but yeah, the Tusk Axe is super nice. Oh, and the Weaver has a Daedalus already. 3rd item Daedalus, maybe 2.5 item Daedalus. Can absolutely melt anybody that's put in front of her.
Yeah, it's huge. And they're smoked up too. Medusa, low mana, is going to walk right into the mid lanes. They're behind her. They catch her with the swashbuckle. They've got the damage, and with the Walrus Punch, she loses her first life. Bray did get the kill on Zor, but now Ember, he's just low on mana. There's no way he gets out of this. Medusa with the ultimate, trying to hold. And actually, Ember just runs himself right through Medusa's ult. Nobody can see. They're all stoned up. And Jed will fall. This Medusa saving the Ember. And now another Ogosil totem trying to catch another hero. But Techie's just too quick. Timber in the backline is chasing off the Tusk, but he's got the snowball. He's got the Walrus Kick. He's got the punch. He's got everything to get himself TP'd back home. What an engagement for the Honored Vanguard.
And it's still going a little bit. The Pangolier bought back.
Pango bought back. He's
Medusa Courier just fed. What just happened? That was probably some miss micro from the Medusa. It was feeding a Courier. That was weird.
I mean, he just used the roll to try to kill the wave, right? I mean, they're just trying to slow the push.
Oh yeah, the Medusa Courier just
went
went straight into the base.
Nice. Little chip damage. Little Walrus Punch. Tusk. He's the one that's getting repositioned. He's got the snowball on to 3. He's got the kickback. KK is the one back, though. With the BKB, he's able to get himself back to safety with the Timber Chain. And now they've got a lasso onto the Weaver. Stunned up, kicked up. And that is a dead Weaver. That's 2 down, and Anti-Mage still waiting to come back up.
We'll finally leave.
They finally leave, like an unwelcome guest. It's kind of weird to me because it does feel like that fight went as good as it could have gone, and they weren't able to take the tower. There's still 2 heroes down, and they kind of had to back up. And everything I'm hearing from you guys is that as this game progresses, Anti-Mage just becomes more and more scary. So what is it going to take for them to go high ground?
Yeah, you'd think it gets scarier for the Anti-Mage, but the Medusa team is progressing enough that it doesn't feel too bad for them. They're still like keeping the enemy inside the base somewhat. They're still forcing them back. You know, the Anti-Mage was there the whole time, but you know, once the Anti-Mage is back alive, it's too much to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, they instantly went back. It seems like the map just shrank back up. I mean, Anti-Mage is just back up top farming freely. I don't know. That Tusk kick, the Walrus kick, even though the Tusk like kind of has to jump into danger, it's like you can pick your targets. I think it was unfortunate they got the Timber because he was able to BKB and Timber chain himself out. But if you get thrown behind the Ancient, I mean, I feel like it's a pretty big task to get yourself back out with how far that kick is.
I wonder if they will use this kick. Okay, yeah, they're running around the map right now. It would be nice to, you know, this is an opportunity. They don't have the Aegis anymore. This is possibly a time where the Anti-Mage can join the game finally, since it's not fighting high ground. But, you know, they might just take a high ground defense and win the fight as well. Might not even need to be fancy around the map.
Yeah, Anti-Mage is cutting the waves. THV all in on bottom.
Oh, and they're abandoning this.
Yeah, they are. Timber, he's up top. The Glide Painter lands onto 2. Zor was in place. The stolen Walrus Punch has the Weaver up in the air, but he's got the time lapse. They do get the kill onto the Tusk, however, and they're chasing down the Weaver. He's trying to TP. He's got the Shikuchi. Are they able to find him? Nope. Ooh, gets himself away. I don't know. There's just big responses. I think it's really tough. I feel like Anti-Mage did a lot of things well there. Cut the wave down bottom. They had top lane pushed all the way in. So there was just like this world where they were pushing down bottom, but like it didn't seem like THV was going to be able to ever take anything more than the Frat Boys were going to be able to take up top. I don't know. It just felt like it was going to just go even.
Yeah, the Honored Vanguard just don't have the, I guess, the power to decide what happens on the map like this. If the Honored Vanguard, you know, commit for going high ground, it is a big commitment. Like, if this Medusa dies, it just continues to feel worse. Like, the Medusa right now is top net worth. The Anti-Mage is behind by 1k.
Anti-Mage jumps in. He's lassoed. He found enough damage on the Batrider that they're going to be able to get the kill. Ember Spirit locked into place. He's hit with the Mana Void to kill him. And now Door. That's a triple kill for this Anti-Mage. And it's just the Medusa and the Timber Saw. Batrider with the buyback is now in pursuit. They're trying to chase down the Weaver. He's got Shikuchi in 1. They do find him. There's just no way to do much to him. And now they're just back out again. And to your point, it just feels like if THP dies, then Fry Boys can just end the game. And I'm not sure it feels the same way if the Fry Boys die. I'm not sure if it's the same for both sides right now.
Yeah, and for all of the Fry Boys to die too, I don't even know if there's like been something close to that because they've just been splitting all game.
Yeah, and the split has been like right on point too. It just feels like there's always 2 waves pushed in Fry Boy's favor. Anti-Mage goes and finds that 3rd lane where he just cuts the wave. And, you know, maybe a glyph just gets you out of trouble. Timber, he is kicked up. He is BKB'd. They've got him kicked into the mid lane. They've got the Swarm on top of him. Maybe they have the damage. They've got everyone here. They should. They do. That's a 9-kill godlike streak going the way of the Techies. Over 1,000 gold.
That is his first death of the game, but it might actually be game losing. Like, they might just end before he respawns. which
Yeah.
sucks. Like, we were wondering if he could make the space, but if one death is game losing, that's a rough situation to be in for a
And it
Timber.
has felt like that. Like mid lane is still pushed. Like how does this Medusa protect? Like you're at least getting 2 sets of racks here, it feels. Rubik is trying to push out the mid wave though. But for now, they don't have backdoor protection.
They don't have a Weaver and an AM to cut lanes. They have a Medusa that's struggling to fight off
One
the
thing led to another.
anti-mage Ags.
Man,
GG.
Door, that heads up play. I mean, he runs down mid.
Oh.
He gets some backdoor protection. Like, absolutely insane.
Yeah, they don't have a Weaver, but they do have a Rubik with a Gucci.
Yeah. I love that. They don't have a Weaver. Now he's got Shikuchi stolen. He's as close to Weaver as you can get. Yeah, and Dot Rider pushing down bottom. So, like, all of a sudden, the emphasis on pushing the waves, and it saves their mid racks.
Very clean switch of control of the map. The Rubik is still running around, too, with the Shikuchi getting top now.
But it's funny because now I feel like the same way you talked about they're on top of this Rubik, the same way that you talked about the Weaver dying up top maybe isn't the worst. I feel like even if Rubik dies here, maybe it's not the worst. As you've got the Hex on top of this Anti-Mage Gleipnir as well, he's rooted up. Is the damage there? They're going to get him. The Anti-Mage falls, so they give the Rubik, but they trade the Anti-Mage, and they're not done. They take the Techies as well. This Rubik pushed the mid wave as time lapse is used on Zor. They might just be headed the wrong direction though, so the Weaver will get himself out. But man, this Rubik pushes the mid wave, saves the mid racks, goes up top, baits out the Anti-Mage, and THV looks like they have a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, that Anti-Mage bursted very, very quickly. The Timbersaw doing almost 3,000 damage to him. Still can melt him. I wonder how, if that was an intentional bait by the Rubik. I mean, I guess being a nuisance and all is annoying, but having the whole team, like the Medusa with the crits on the Anti-Mage, yeah, very well executed by the Rubik.
They went to hit the high ground. Where are the creeps? The creeps are nowhere to be found. They're on vacation. To me, that's the big story of this game is just who's controlling the waves. It just seems whoever's controlling the waves better is just getting the most out of these engagements.
It seems like the team going high ground is the team that's defending.
Yes.
As soon as you go on offense, you have to go back on defense.
Oh man, Zor, he caught Bat Rider down bottom. You got Ember Spirit, but you got also the Timber. The snowball will land back on the Ember. He's got the kick, got him back into place, but he's able to dodge out the Techies. But unfortunately, the damage is there. The Chakram is able to get the return kill onto the Techies, but
GG.
Zor is doing so much, gets kill onto the Rubik as well, and now the Anti-Mage is here. They've got the damage. There's no man on the Timber, so he's not able to get himself away, has to buy back instantly. And man, just like that, Fry Boys showing that they are the ones in control. Right into the Roche pit.
Did you see the Techies ult placement? He must have quick casts on or something, because all 3 of those mines were placed instantly and just blew up the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, it was kind of cool. He had the slight dodge from the Techies jump, and then the blast off, but then they just had the damage. Like you said, there was so much there. And now they're just running down bottom. They have Aegis. They're trying to force out the buybacks. And they'll get one of them, Rubik. They're TPing Timber.
If this Medusa blows up from the Anti-Mage.
Oh gosh, he's got the kick. BKB used instantly. Remy's taking a lot of damage from the Timbersaw, but there's no BKB left. And we've got the Tusk has found himself back behind the Ancient. Okay, we got the Gleipnir. Mances himself out. Just feel like a bit of a standoff. And the game continues.
Yeah. You know, you force the buybacks, and now you have to catch waves again because everybody is ratting.
Everyone is ratting. It's true.
Oh, and the very nice bounty runes. I believe that's quick math.
Uh-oh.
A lot of gold.
All right, I like it. I was doing the same equation, and I came up with a similar answer.
A 10K lead now for the Radiant Fry Boys.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like they're in control. I do like these little narratives where THV are winning these fights, but unfortunately, they didn't have the wave last time. They were hitting the racks just with backdoor protection, and that doesn't get you very far.
Yes, you need creeps.
I think that's the storyline of this game right now.
And you know, I think that's kind of in the draft. They could kind of tell that. I think that's why they choose the Weaver off lane. That's why they choose the anti-mage so quickly. Was they knew this game was gonna be like this after you pick the Timbersaw. I mean, they respect KK and how much he can just blow somebody up. They knew they were gonna have to kind of play this game, and they were ready for it.
It's over.
Yeah, definitely seems like it. I mean, Zor just soloing the Tormentor with time lapse.
Ring ring.
Very nice.
You
Oh,
look
and probably
at
the bugs
game
too.
mechanics.
The bug minus armor is crazy on Tormentor.
For sure.
Medusa went for the Ags and the BKB, which, you know, usually you don't get a BKB on Medusa, but it makes a lot of sense against the anti-mage and
I
the
think they're
minus armor.
going to jump this Medusa. They're smoked up. They know where she is. They're pinging it out. And it looks like they found her. LGTK got the Walrus kick. Medusa goes back. BKBs instantly. Has the Stone Gaze going. And now they've got all their attention and damage onto the LGTK. Able to get that. Let's see if Fry Boys are able to continue this fight. They are. Rem is in, and he's got the damage. Double kill for Jet, actually. The Swashbuckle coming through. Getting the Rubik as well as Medusa. Ember gets himself out, but now the Timbersaw with no buyback is just getting right-click down Zor with the dominating streak. And GG is called. THV, they've lost their win streak. And to be honest, it seems like it happened in the draft.
Yeah, that very quick anti-mage pickup after the Medusa pickup might have just been an oversight. We'll see in draft number 2 if they remember that ban.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it did seem like Medusa was the hero that they wanted to pick. I mean, they had that, and then Anti-Mage just came out. And Anti-Mage seemed like it made a lot of sense. Like you said, the Timbersaw needs mana. The Medusa needs mana. They just had all the answers for these guys. It just seemed like an uphill battle for THV from the beginning. But yeah, that's going to be game 1. We've got Fry Boys up 1-0 against THV. THV losing their win streak. All right, guys, we are going to take a short break because we are low staffed. I don't know if you guys heard about it, but turnover is big these time of year. So we're going to take a short break, but we will be back for game 2 soon, and we'll see if THV can bounce back. See you in a minute, guys.
Nonstop grief here. Major North American Dota fan. But I got a problem. These teams keep failing us. So it's time for a change. It's time to stop. It's time for something different. We deserve it as NA Dota fans. Our game was born here, for gosh sakes. All right? It's not a joke, guys. It's not a joke. All right? I'm here to make a difference. THV is here to make a difference. We're going to foster talent. We're going to make NA better, okay? You understand? Who cares about Season 5? We won Season 4, all right? That's all that matters. And we're coming back for Season 6, okay? You can't stop us. We got a new look. We got sick new jerseys that all of the Division 1 players are going to get for free just for being on the team. You're welcome. And we're going to win the whole thing, all right? So here we go, Dota fans. It's time for a change.
Now listen here, North America. We need to talk. Now my name does not matter, because what I stand for cannot be described by human nomenclature. But, for simplicity's sake, you will call me Coach. Now Coach is old, and Coach is tired. But I can't go another day watching my favorite Dota scene die. I'm creating a team of true degenerates. Some grind set mindset motherfuckers. 8-hour-a-day Dota playing, sleeping from 4 a.m. to 4 p.m., zero social skill, badass. Haven't seen another human being in weeks, high win rate abusing motherfuckers. Now if that's you, and you think you got what it takes to stand out in the server full of fucking zero skill, run it down mid because my carry with the small PP got 2v1'd in lane while the support was pulling creeps, then this team is for you. For the rest of you, if you're tired of playing in these games with zero communication because half the team is typing in Spanish saying concha tu mare while your fucking Ricky mid is 0-6 and 2 20 minutes into the game, then do something about it. Back the NADCL legacy that is going to be the degenerate dinosaurs. I do not want to hear you 2K MMR motherfuckers sit back and be a wuss while the guy screaming Suka Bliat continues to ruin your server. Degen Dinos. This is my team. It stands for Degenerate Dinosaurs. It's an ode to all you oldies out there that have been playing this game for 10 plus years, the game that you love, and just watching it crumble, and some of you need to face the reality that you need to try harder, and you need to stand up for the server and show it some goddamn respect. We'll see you on draft day, fellas.
Hey guys, we are back with game 2 of THV versus Fryboys. I'm joined back with our wonderful panel of Eagle and Samson. And the draft is up, but we kind of want to break down that last game real quick for you guys, see what the panelists have to say. Eagle, what did you see in that first matchup?
Yeah, THV, they had a draft problem. I love the Timber pick, but Timber is a hero that you need to pair with heroes that can pressure towers. A Timber can take over the map, but you need to have some way to convert the map pressure into objectives. Otherwise, the map pressure generated by Timber doesn't actually matter. And that's one of the reasons why I don't like the Dusa pick. The item timing with Aegis, the first Aegis, is so awkward with Tusk, or with the Timber, excuse me. She finished her second item, the Butterfly, around the same time that she took the 21-minute Aegis, the first Aegis timing, but they can't actually go high ground even with this Aegis because Dusa still doesn't feel super comfortable sieging. And then you're forced to wait until the second Roche, but by that time, Timber's effectiveness in the game is waning and your carry matchup is losing. AM already has Abyssal. He was going Ags. He can actually threaten the Dusa. And it's a really, really unforgiving lineup to play. So ignoring the obvious leaving AM in the pool and last picking Dusa, I would have rather seen a hero like Viper with Shard or DK with Manta Ags in that last pick for the carry role. A tanky hero that can fight early and kind of abuse the power spike of Timber and can actually convert Timber's map pressure into objectives with that first Aegis timing and finish the game with the second Aegis timing. Otherwise, you're kind of just leaving yourself open to get ratted by AM, which is what we saw throughout that game. Another thing that I want to touch on is the lanes were relatively even, but we really saw kind of the weakness of the double ranged lane top, especially against a melee 4 in Tusk. The techies, rotated with the 4-minute through the gate and applied a ton of pressure, and they were able to really start to kick Medusa out of that lane. So I suspect we'll see a different strategy on their safe lane from the Honored Vanguard here moving into game 2.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And we're actually going to pull up the draft. I think that's a good analysis of what happened. I kind of have a lot of the same feeling. It felt like, they weren't able to get a lot done, even though they were winning these engagements. The lanes just weren't pushed. And like you said, I think they could have answered that a lot better with other picks. Now, talking about what they did successfully, because, that's what you got to try to get rid of in this bans. You see the Honor Vanguard, they get rid of that Weaver. They get rid of the techies. And the Fry Boys, they get rid of the Timber Saw. So heroes that we saw in last game that won't be in this. And I know that you've got a lot to say about this Dragonite. I feel like you wanted to talk about Dragonite last game as well. So tell me what makes this Dragonite that THV just picked up so good in this meta.
Absolutely. So there's a couple different reasons. First things, from the draft perspective, you can play this hero 1, 2, or 3. You can play it 1 and, get the Manta, Ags, Octarine. You can play it 2 and get that Blink and kind of be the initiator role. Or you can play it 3 and have a really, really heavy lane dominator into map pressure role where you still have the effectiveness of the DK ult, and then you can later kind of transition into that Manta Ags build and can still have that really effective control over the map and generate a ton of pressure on these towers. And it's an interesting pick because Fryboys kind of set it up for them with the Timber ban. They really, really did not like playing against the KK Timber, which I can understand, but banning the Timber sets up the Dragonite pick because Timber is such a hard counter to Dragonite that it's almost kind of free now. So it's kind of an interesting dynamic from Fryboys that they banned out that Timber Saw and gave the Dragonite over to the Honor Vanguard.
Absolutely. And then Samson, looking on the Fryboys side, we know they gave away the Dragonite, but they're going with like a pretty different support pair here. Do you think this is because of things they're seeing on THV, or they were just lacking those stuns and their support pair last game?
This is a very non-committal support duo, like the Vinge and the Clockwork. These guys are going to be able to enable some later core picks that they decide. Yeah, these guys they're not damage dealers, but they're not damage lackers either.
Yeah, I feel like Venge, also this hero we've seen that can go past 3. Is that even something we would be considering here for the Fryboys?
I mean, yeah, they had a Weaver 3 last game.
It's true.
He does like maybe a quirky pause 3 every once in a while, but I don't know. He kind of the Venge can fall off sometimes.
Yeah, and then on the side of THV, they've got Magnus, who's I guess kind of like that Tusk of last game, the hero that can really position a hero in a bad place. They've got Dragonite for this tower pressure, and they've got Grimstroke. I mean, are you guys liking the draft so far from THV going into this after the way it panned out last game?
Yeah, I like THV's draft much, much better. Their lanes look really, really effective right now. They have the Dragonite who can apply a ton of pressure to whichever lane he goes in. Hopefully not the Viper. But because they have this Dragonite and this Grimstroke, they can apply a ton of pressure to whichever lane they go to and translate that into an early objective, which is really, really what they were lacking last game.
I think they're like picking heroes so fast on these in these games. Like, I don't know. It just seems like they have an idea of how they want to play Dota, and they're just going to see how it goes. They go with the Viper and the Void, Samson, and then you have an instant Pugna pick. What does Pugna do in this game that it was just an instant pick for them?
The Pugna plus Grimstroke is a nice little duo. You have crazy damage, and you don't really lack like stuns at all with the Grimstroke ult and the Inkswell. It's a very, very nice support duo. Um, I'd say a bit more explosive than the Vinge Clockwork. And they already have the Magnus and the Dragon Knight that are going to be their initiators. Uh, I will say, if this is a KK Magnus, I'm very excited to see that because he pops off on every hero he plays, and Magnus is the hero that you can definitely show your flair in the game. He's not going to be this Timber that is kind of limited by what his carry can do. He's going to be this Magnus that can go absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and they and talk to me, Eagle, about this Viper and Void duo. Is Viper this hero that you notoriously think about to put damage into the chrono, or how does this how do these two heroes sync up?
Yeah, like you said, Viper's got a pretty long range, so he's able to spit down a lot of damage in the chrono, and then coming out of the chrono too is really effective. You know, once heroes are out of the chrono, sometimes they'll try to create some distance and then turn on the void because he doesn't have that control. But Viper can mitigate some of that because he can throw down Nether Toxin and really make it hard for the heroes to reinitiate onto the void because of the attack speed slow, and then he can also ult them with Nether Toxin. And, you know, because they're broken, they're slowed, it really allows for Void to finish off a lot of these heroes and chronos, which he may not otherwise be able to do because they're so tanky. So for a hero like Dragon Knight that relies a lot on his passive for tankiness, what you can see is wait for the Viper ult during chrono, and Void can actually bring him down, especially when paired with the magic damage from his time lock. So I think this is a really, really effective pick that kind of sets up the chrono, but it also has some issues where they're really, really going to struggle to win these fights without chrono after, you know, the 15-20 minute mark when Viper starts to, you know, fall back a little bit.
Yeah, it does sound like they're pretty dependent on that. I mean, you've got the Venge for a little bit of positioning. We've been talking about these heroes like the Tusk kick, you know, the Magnus, and the way that he's able to position heroes. You know, Venge also has the swap. I mean, maybe you can find something there with that, but it does seem like Void chrono is a lot of what these guys have so far. What does Fryboys need to round off this draft?
Probably a classic. I was gonna say a classic spirit hero, but maybe the Dragon Knight stun is too annoying against that. They do ban out the Void Spirit though.
Oh man, you'd love to see that.
Yeah, I think a Puck would be really good here for Fryboys because they have no way of clearing waves right now. So they really, really need something that can clear out these waves and mitigate a lot of the pressure put by this Dragon Knight, put by this Pugna, where they can, you know, kind of poke at these towers, but they don't have to fully commit for a fight to actually take them.
And that does mean the Dragon Knight or the Magnus is going to be a pause one. I'm assuming it's going to be the Dragon Knight just so you can let KK finesse on the Magnus.
You're going to get what you asked for, man. He's listening in, man. He's listening in. You asked for
all
cool
going to be
plays.
gifted.
The Tiny.
I really like that, actually. He's Tiny, according to the stats, is like one of the best heroes in ADCL, and he does everything they need. He, you know, he's another one of those Magnus heroes that can reposition.
Yeah, he's got the burst, and I maybe see it. I do feel like, am I missing it? Where's the tower pressure in this lineup?
Yeah, you really hit it on the head. They're going to have to win these fights to translate this into tower pressure. And this Tiny can provide it, but they have to win these fights ahead of time. And I think that's kind of the issue that the Honor Vanguard's really going to exploit in this draft, is that once Chrono is down, they don't really have a way of taking and winning these fights. And especially when you take the Magnus into account, who can reposition the Tiny, I feel like Tiny's going to be especially vulnerable to that because he doesn't really want to build a BKB super earlier. He wants to build the Blink. He wants to build the Echo Saber. So going third out in BKB when Magnus already has the Blink and the repositioning tool and Skewer is going to feel kind of awkward. So I feel like they might struggle a little bit to really, really take on a lot of these fights because as soon as they use Chrono, all of a sudden the Honor Vanguard can group up as 5 and run at these towers. And they know that Fryboys can't really do anything about it.
Yeah, I think it's scary. And again, you know, we're gonna throw Eagle back in the back room. From what I heard, we turned the lights off and closed the door to save power. But because of that, I'm gonna ask you before we go, give us your prediction. How do you see this playing out, and who do you have winning this?
Yeah, I think the Honored Vanguard is really going to take this. I think this game will be over before 40 minutes at least.
Love it. All right, we're gonna go into the game, guys. We've got THV versus Fryboys. THV trying to get their win streak back in order, man. And we go to a pause so we can have extra thoughts about it before somebody feeds first blood.
Yeah, they swapped positions on Fryboys, I believe. They have still the KK Magnus, which is expected to be offlane, but Bray is playing Invoker. I would be surprised to see an Invoker pause 1.
Yeah,
And
I think
Door is carry.
Bray played Bray played mid last game though. He played the Ember.
Oh, so okay.
Yeah, Bray was playing the Ember. KK was off lane. Soul was their pause 1. He was playing Medusa.
Yeah, okay, so Soul is now playing Pugna and Door is playing 1.
Yeah, Door back in 1. Listen, that's how they got themselves right last time, right? Things weren't going well. They didn't feel like the carries were carrying, and Door said, "Listen, guys, I play pause 5, but 5 minus 4 is 1, so I'll show you guys how to do it." And they went on an 8 win streak, and they were able to put the guys back where they wanted. So, it's just they're fixing the bugs before the big tournament next weekend.
Quick little swapperoo.
Yeah, quick. They just needed a break. He was carrying too much. Door able to step in and give him a vacation day. Puts him on 5.
I really do. My thoughts on the game. The Fryboys, I like the last pick Tiny a lot. It does give them the jump in, but I do like you were right about the tower damage. This Magnus is just gonna pick everybody off that tries to push.
Everyone's lucky once in a while, man. Everyone's lucky once in a while. What do you see though? Like I think Eagle touched on it as well. Like I don't know. Like sure, you as Fryboys, you get all these kills, you can push the tower, but how do you ever defend towers? Like you always have to bring like 3 or 4 heroes. It feels like it, and then you're gonna have this Dragon Knight in Dragon form, just like hitting the tower. You always gotta watch out for the Magnus. He's gonna have the blink. It seems very gloomy for me. Am I just not seeing something? What's the win condition for the Fryboys? Give me Fryboys win this game. How do they do it?
I mean, you always got the good old Chronosphere, right?
It's Chrono.
That's the thread of walking up to a tower is maybe everybody is there and maybe they're all going to press all of their spells on you. The Clockwork goes in, the Tiny goes in, the Faceless goes in. I mean, the most passive hero on Fryboys is the Viper, maybe. I mean, passive in terms of in a fight, in a team fight, the Viper is going to be right clicking. So they got big going.
They got big going. I like it. What kind of plays can the Clockwork find? Oh, man, Magnus is already doing a bunch up top. What kind of plays can this Clockwork find that maybe can create some opportunity for the Fryboys?
Well, yeah, I thought the Clockwork was going to be with the Viper, and he was going to get him some good catches in lane. But they actually have the Clockwork with the Faceless, and the Venge with the with the Viper. I guess the Clockwork is going to be more just focused on making sure this Void gets enough out of a lane.
Yeah, it does seem tough, man. I mean, you've talked about it. I mean, KK is just, this guy's cruising. It doesn't matter what hero he plays. He's just put on a show. He's an absolute entertainer, man.
He is a cruiser for sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is a hero that we've seen some other people in other games put on some performances and almost carry their team with the Magnus and some of the light it is shown in the darkness in some games. It fits his archetype.
For sure. And it's so funny. Like for me, I think of Dota like a very simple way. I think of Magnus. I think about what it gives within power and like historically the heroes you want to play with it. But we've just seen Magnus has become this hero that's just so much bigger than that. And honestly, he'll use the Empower himself and he just gets super farmed. There's just like such a strong hero in the match.
Yeah, they do have the Empower, and they also have the Alacrity from the Invoker.
Yeah.
And they also have, I mean, all of these heroes have good buffs for the Dragonite.
Yeah, we've seen the Pugna as well. Like, I feel like the save potential of the Pugna is just not talked about enough. I mean, even in the early game, this guy can just give you his life and keep you going.
Yeah, and Fry Boys don't really have crazy spells. Like their supports are setting up for their cores.
Oh wow, Zor down bottom, he's putting damage on Thor, but up top? Oh no, it was down bottom. LGTK gets the kill on the Pugna. So a little 1v1 action, and first blood going the way of Fry Boys.
It will be interesting to see how this Zor Viper plays now that he's on a real hero and not a Weaver.
Yeah.
I don't mean that as in, to just wreck.
I mean, I don't know. You can't take it back now. I don't think.
No,
I think it's on
saying,
record. I think they're
you
posting this VOD later, and you're being quoted as Weaver is not a real hero. I think it's too late.
You have to play the game in a different way. You have to, you have to go in front of the tower, and you have to be skewered by the Magnus. It's gonna feel a lot worse for this Viper if he dies like across the map and gets picked off like that. They're not gonna have the. But
definitely has a little bit of more heavy boots on that guy for sure.
Yeah,
gets locked into place. Pretty easy target probably for Magnet. LGTK. He's got his buddy coming through the trees. Another game where these two teams they like their farm. I mean they'll get the kill, but they don't really put themselves out of position to take too many risks early on. Pretty low kill score early in the lanes in these games.
These are all pretty like meta heroes that everybody knows, everybody plays, and everybody plays against. I mean, maybe the biggest surprise in the series so far was the Anti-Mage.
Up top. They're on top of the Clockwork. He cogged the Magnus, but just got himself out. But Void trying to get any stun. He's jumping under the tower. KK, he's going to fall. We talked about they don't want to take risk. These guys took it personal. Finds KK under the tower, and a huge kill for him.
I did not think this faceless clock lane could be so good.
Bottom. They found the Pugna, and they do get the kill. Zor will take another kill. That's a 3-0 Fry Boys lead here early.
Eagle talked a little bit about how the Dragonite likes to win lane and go push, but this Dragonite right now is not winning against the Viper. Viper is also known for winning his lanes, and he is strong right now.
Yeah,
I will say this.
He also did mention too, like, hopefully it's not against the Viper, right? And I wonder, like, is there a world where you could have swapped lanes as they're diving Bray middle, who's invincible? Inkswell? Can they make a change? Cogs are there. A little bit of play-by-play. Venge is now the one in target. He's silenced up. He's got the bug on him. The right clicks are there, and Bray able to turn this long engagement in his favor. Another stroke of fate will land, and it hits Tiny. He's got the fairy fire. He's ticking down. They get the kill. The Urn will do it. And Zor finds a kill down bottom. This Pugna is struggling.
Zor finds a double kill down bottom.
Oh,
like,
no.
Did he just... No, I think he just got a double kill solo. Who else was there to help him?
What can you do, man? I don't know. I played against this Zor guy in the in-house league. Shout out to all the in-house players. I went mid against him. He only had, like 8K on me of MMR, and he made sure I knew it. This guy's a great player. Finds himself a double kill, I guess.
Yeah,
but
I played with LGDK.
Is there a play here on Zor? They got the EMP down. The Cold Snap will land. They got the stuns, and they've got the damage. The Ink Swell will finish him off. The kill spree's gone. We got to stop saying these guys' names. I don't know. Every time we say their name, they just get ganked.
Yeah, we saw how slow the Viper can be. He can very easily get ganked. Only like 7 armor right now, so he can get focused down pretty easily.
They moved the drag up top. They've got a chrono onto Magnus as well. They've got everything. They've got the avalanche. They got the toss. And Jed will claim the kill on KK. Magnus is top of the last hits. But
Don't know how that happened.
But yeah, he's struggling to stay alive in this lane. They're finding ways to kill him. Rotations are good. And now Bray Bray down bottom. He learned why Dragon Knight wanted out of this lane. He wasn't here for long, and now Zor with another double kill.
Yeah, so he's not playing the Weaver that can cut the waves, but he's playing the Viper that doesn't need to.
Yeah, he's just standing his ground. He's doing the damage. I don't know. These guys, they walk up and they just can't get away. What is more important? I mean, we talked about the possibility of switching lanes. They've done it, but now Invoker TPs himself back mid. So they're not committed to the lane swap. Looking to get a kill here. They've got the MP, they've got the cold snap. They're trying to get the damage. He's low on mana. They're TPing 2 in. And now THV thinking about getting out of here. Bray Bray not under the same mindset. And is deep.
That's something underrated the Tiny does compared to like maybe a Spirit hero is just that he's a strength hero with 1600 health right now.
The swap. They caught Invoker. They've got the dust. He's surrounded by cogs. He's tossed up into the air. DK trying to get a return kill for him, but the Tiny, he just won't go down. The Inkswell will land, but dude, they have the damage. It looks like Grimstroke magic missiled and right-clicked down to his grave. His creeps weren't even in attendance. It was all dire creeps. Watch the man go down.
Yeah, Tiny too tanky to gank. And because they don't want to be in the Viper lane, they kind of lost the Magnus versus Void lane, or at least Magnus is farming enough. But they can't make moves mid.
Viper's up top. And he uses the Viper Strike. They have the magic missile. Magnus, he just pretty much skewered himself and ran to his death. I don't know. There was not much he could do there.
He has now died more times in this game than he did in all of last game.
Yeah, it's tough. It does feel like he's kind of this sacrificial lamb. THV thinking about what they can do to get this game back into an equal state. They smoke up, and they're trying to see what they can find up top. They see the Void. They've got the silence. He's out there. The MP is down, but he's going to be able to get the jump. He time walks himself to safety, and now Fryboy's thinking about turning this, and they look to be in position. The magic missile will land on Invoker. They've got the swap. He's stuck in the cogs, and the damage and the stun from the battery assault. The man's gone, and now the chrono on to 3. And they've got a ward in there with them, but it's not going to save them. The magic missile, it lands. Do they have the damage? They do. Double kill for Rem. Tried to save himself there. But man, the fight is split, but they get another one. Grimstroke down bottom. It's a triple kill for Rem. And now KK will fall as well. That's 4 down from this THV smoke that they tried to catch this Void, and it completely got turned on him.
What a disaster. Oh my gosh. I think that was a 3v4. The Faceless just got a triple kill. You do not want to avoid getting a triple kill this early in the game. That's absurd. Very nice little response from the Fry Boys.
Yeah, that's tough. And oh no, Zor's chasing down Door down bottom. I didn't even realize their names rhyme. Actually, I should do more calls about Zor and Door. He's got the Viper Strike onto the Pugnate. TPs himself out immediately. We talked about the confidence, right? Before the game started, you were saying THV 8 in a row. I'm not going to say you caster curse them, but 8 in a row. And we kind of attributed it to their confidence and their bounce back. What is wrong with their confidence today? Because it sounded like from the draft they should have had everything they needed. And they're on the back foot again, and they found Door, actually. They've got the Sunstrike. They've got the right clicks. Bungus is on a killing spree as well, and Pugna running again. He's got the Decrepify on himself, but it will run out, and he's under his own tower, but nowhere is safe on the map. A killing spree for the Viper again. What is wrong with THV today, Samson?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of their confidence, they said, came from finally feeling like they were all in the right position, and they swapped positions from game 1 to game 2. That's not a sign of confidence. And Pugna is 0-5 right now after playing carry last game. Feels rough. I mean, yeah, your off lane, your safe lane did not go better this game at all.
Oh gosh, maybe they've got something here. The Cogs keeping him in place. They were able to get the kill onto the Vengeful Spirit, but the RP, it misses, and now Tiny in the back lane able to kill Door, tossed him up. Not going to be able to TP away, but he is just going to walk himself out of here. Grimstok's got it. Soulbind onto 2. KK getting low on life, but so is Zor. They get the Clockwork, and with the Sunstrike, they'll claim the kill on Viper. Finally, a 4-kill streak ended. But man, these fights are tough. Void wasn't even involved, and it felt like THV had everyone there.
Yeah, the whiff on the RP was rough. I don't know what is going wrong with KK. I guess he's just feeling off this game. But
I mean, he's got so much to deal with, right? I mean, he's had to be in the lane alone. You know, they're struggling in every lane, it seems. I don't know. It's definitely tough to have a good game when you're playing 2v1, right? I mean, this kind of stuff feels like it snowballs.
Looks like Radiant is trying to take top tower maybe with the Pugna. But
They
Zor
got
is
the
going to
Viper
show up.
TP. Yeah, the Viper TPs instantly. They did get the tower. That's a huge amount of damage from the Nether Blast. I don't know. It just seems like they're just responding to these moves from THV super well. The hook shot, it does land onto the creep, silenced up immediately by the Grimstroke, but man, that was close. He's got the Tornado, he's got the MP. The Cogs will be there to keep the distance.
Jed has
Nether Ward
blink
is
on
placed.
Tiny. He's looking.
Oh man, we've got Chrono available as well. They've reconvened in the mid lane. Magnus, I mean, a lot of the farm is going to this Magnus. I mean, DK's out. Come here, baby, in the all chat. You'll love to see it. The DK's trying to farm the waves. He's going to walk into the Viper up top, thinking about going on this.
Really?
They think they got enough. He goes instantly in the dragon form. The Nether Toxin lands onto the ground, so he wants to back himself out. But there's just no support here. The RP lands. They've got everything, and they've got the Viper. He even got the Skewer to get him back.
Okay. Nicely done by the Dragon Knight. Just going out there, like, only committing the stun, really, and then kind of just trying to back away and letting the Magnus do the rest of the work.
Yeah, they had the movements, and just like that, Viper is down, but they still find the moves. Fryboys is running in. They get the kill onto the Grimstroke, and now they've got the Pugna trapped in the Cogs. So you would think Viper falls, but Fryboys still see an opportunity, and now they've turned their attention to getting the hell out of here, it seems. Tiny just run over.
I don't know if that's worth it. Now that the Tiny dies, kind of feels bad. Oh, they're gonna smoke and just keep going for it. Yeah, I mean, this Fryboys draft has very, very good jump ability.
Yeah, absolutely. Magic Missile is there. They've got the Time Walk in. He's got the Tornado. He's got the EMP down as well. He's stuck inside of the Cogs, so there's not a lot of room to run. But he did a couple circles before he fell. Mega kill streak for Rem.
Fryboys are committing for top. They want this tower. They just keep fighting here.
Yeah, it does feel like they're stronger as well. I mean, I'm not sure. They're working on the Manta style on Door. Like you said, they have the jump potential, they have the burst damage, and they have a lot of ways to keep a hero in place. So when it's not a 5v5 and they're just finding these pickoffs, it just seems like their draft is like well suited for this kind of play. And they catch the Pugna. He's stuck in the cogs. It's another story we've seen many times before. The Grepify is out, but it just will not outlast the damage from Fryboys. And they have gotten everyone together. And honestly, THV needs to bring everyone to defend this.
The Fryboys supports just feel much happier with the cores they're able to play with right now. I mean, they can even play off the Faceless right now because of how good his lane was. But on the other side, Honored Vanguard are having a little bit of trouble playing with anybody. You know, when you get the RP up, that's a nice opportunity, but that hasn't been the most successful always. Invoker is lowest net worth of any core, and Dragonite's your carry, so you don't want him to be sacrificing himself.
I will be honest, though. You look at the net worth difference. I know it's 5K, but towards the top end, it does feel like Magnus and DK are getting quite a lot out of the game because it feels pretty helpless, but he's almost got Manta on door, and you've got this Harpoon. You know, you're working on the Blink on Magnus. You know, maybe there is something ahead, but KK, he pretty much harpoons himself right into trouble, but the Soulbind's there to save him. The suck out onto 2, and now you got the swap. Bray. He's in the middle of the heroes, but now with Door and the Dragon form, he's going to be able to get the kill onto the Clockwork and another Tornado to try to save this Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight's stuck in the Nether Toxin. But man, they are just doing too much. Rem on an unstoppable streak. In the RP, you hear it. It's just before his death.
Oh, is the Pugna gonna die too?
Oh no.
Get him!
Tiny. No.
That's
Double
mean.
kill for Jed. I don't know, but this is how the game feels. Like you hope to get something.
Oh, the TP in front of the vision. Oh, that was taunting.
You hope to get something out of these fights, but it just seems like the pressure from Fryboys is not letting up. We saw the fights up top. It seemed like maybe they didn't get the best engagement. They lost a couple heroes, but they instantly smoke and go back in. I mean, they've just got the gas pedal pushed down, and they're not giving any breathing room to THV right now.
I think it all comes back to their support duo and just like what they can do. Like the Clockwork and the Vinge just love going in.
Oh, missed hook shot down bottom. Jetpacks himself. They've got the swap. Speaking of the support duo, they've got everything used to get this kill onto the Grimstroke.
Makes things so easy.
Now KK, he's trying to get something. He's got the damage, but it's just so much health between the 3 heroes. They want to get a kill, but now Tiny jumps himself in. He's got the Avalanche with the toss. A killing spree for Jed.
Oh.
And they also get the Magnus.
For a second there, the Magnus was really clicking.
Absolutely. Yeah, it looked good. The Magic Missile, the Avalanche, the Cogs. They call GG. That's it. They want no more of it. And the Fryboys are showing why they're, near the top of the standings. They absolutely dominated that game. We talked about maybe THV had the better draft, they had the better tower pressure, but what does it matter if there's just no heroes left on the map? Eagle, Samson, talk me through why that went so well for Fryboys.
Yeah, I mean, it was a rough landing stage for THV. I kind of felt like they had the stronger draft, but they just lost all their lanes, right? We had KK kind of getting solo killed by Rem under their tower. That felt like a kind of a turning point for that lane, where Rem all of a sudden had this level advantage and he can kind of push the Magnus out of the lane. And then bottom lane, we had LGTK. Shout out to him. He was an absolute menace on the bench. He really, really messed up the lane of THV bot. He solo killed the Pugna. Then he went and stole the 3-minute bounty rune after that. And he just completely disrupted the tempo that they had going safe lane, which was already at a disadvantage due to the Viper versus DK matchup. I really would have liked to see them dodge that matchup. I felt like that really kind of snowballed the game to the point where they had to bring 3 or 4 heroes down to kill him. And then even when they did that, Rem was up there. He had that solo kill earlier. He was farming away. He was at a level advantage. And you had Jed mid with the Tiny, where he really, really was able to kind of push the pace with that Blink Dagger and feed on some of those supports. Run around with Avenge, run around with the Clockwork. And it was just, it kind of snowballed from the lanes.
Absolutely. Samson, what did you see from that game?
That was the first bad KK game I've ever seen. And I've only seen about 5 KK games, but that was the only one that was bad.
Yeah. What went wrong? I mean, sure, they got killed. Void jumped the tower early.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but he had 3 deaths pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Eagle said it with that. As a Magnus dying under tower against the Faceless Void, just I don't even know how that ended up happening. And you have a Clockwork 5 for the Faceless too, so it's not like you have some just lane winning support. Like, yeah, I mean, I would think the Grimstroke is a better support than the Clockwork. Yeah, I don't know how that ended up happening. Shouldn't have happened.
I think there was a lot of things that were mentioned too, just about how they didn't seem to trust the positions that they committed to through that 8 win streak, and they kind of reverted back to swapping roles, and it did. It looked a little bit clunky and uncomfortable for them. But we do have a draft, or sorry, we don't have a draft. We have an interview with the winning team. I think we have Jed joining us.
Hello.
Jed, welcome to the stream, man.
Hello.
What up?
What's up,
Hi,
guys?
Hi. Jed, awesome game. Talk us through that draft. I mean, it seemed like the Honor Vanguard had pretty good heroes to deal with what you guys had going on, but it didn't look close even starting. Like early in the game, it just looked like you guys were demolishing.
I mean, we just had like these solid support picks like Clockwork and Venge, and you can't really go. It's kind of hard to go wrong with them. And then the Venge already deals with the Magnus issue, and then they have like these annoying heroes. Who are like, oh, they have like Grim, Magnus, DK. They're not like the easiest heroes to kill, but we're like, oh, but they left Void and Viper in the pool. They're both like cancer heroes. We just chrono them, spit on them. It solves all of our issues, and they're both just like broken meta heroes. So we just pick up both of those. And then I have last pick, so I can really just pick whatever I want, whatever seems fine for the game. It's not even like a really ideal tiny game. There's like the Invoker spells and the Grim Bug. But as long as I can blink in and press spells, my team will do the rest. And it didn't really seem like they had an answer to our Void or Viper. They had good lanes, and they kind of just carried.
So, yeah. How are you guys feeling this season? It feels like you guys are performing really well. How is the team doing as a unit?
We're doing pretty good. We just broke our 1-1 curse. We won every series that we played so far. Even
Nice.
The ones where we'll be like 20, 30K gold ahead, and we're like, oh, it's finally 2-0, and someone dies on the side of the map. Okay, guys, we won 1. There's no 2-0 this time. But we finally did it this time. I think the team's coming together pretty well. Everyone seems to be pretty chill. There's not really any arguing or stuff. It's probably I would say my favorite NADCL team so far.
Nice. That hurts, but I like it.
I'm sorry, but
no, I thought you guys did good last season. No hard feelings.
I like that team a lot too. It's just I'm friends with some of the people on this team, so
yeah,
it's just a little bit more enjoyable. But yeah, nice. Last season was fun too. I didn't know those guys very well, but they turned out to be pretty chill. It's always nice to be chill with people, especially when you don't know them.
Yeah. So are you talking about last season? You guys did pretty well. You ended up in 2nd place. Do you see kind of a similar trajectory for the current squad?
I hope not. I mean, I've gotten 2nd place every season. I got 2nd place on Fryboys first season, and then we got 2nd place last season. Obviously, not all in like the same type of weeks, but I've gotten 2nd place every season so far. So I'm hoping I can finally take home a 1st place. I guess we did get 1st places last season, but it wasn't the final week, so yeah. It wasn't the big deal. Hopefully we can take it home. We're hoping for at least some high placement. We think we're on like the better ends of the team based off the group stage. So hopefully we can get at least top 3, and then anything after that is just a big win for us.
I love that, and I will definitely be rooting for you. I'm a big fan, man. You're a pleasure have on the team last season. Eagle, Samson, you guys have anything for Jed?
Yeah, one quick question. I know you mentioned you played on a team with your friends. How does that kind of work with the communication style? Because I can imagine if you have experience playing with some of these high level players, it's a little bit easier to coordinate with them in the team because you kind of have a shared vision of what the game looks like, how the support should rotate, like coming to the 6 minute room. How does having that previous experience or playing with friends impact kind of the team communications?
Definitely makes everything like easier. Like we do get along easier, but at the same time, sometimes we'll have too much fun and then we're laughing too much and then someone dies in the side lane. We're like, oh shit, time to focus up, guys. Um, we do agree on a lot of things about the game. There's very minor disagreements, but we do talk them over after the game. No one's like, we're not ending the game and this guy's like still mad about whatever he wanted that game. We talk it out after, we all try to be on the same page, and I think that gets us pretty far.
Nice. Well, awesome. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. Samson, you got anything?
Yeah, I got a question. So, why do you play in ADCL? Like, are these captain's mode games, I guess, more enjoyable?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, pubs are not the funnest thing to play. This is like my best opportunity to play like real games of Dota. Like it's teams working against each other. It's captain's draft. I get a lot more experience and practice out of it than queuing up a pub and some rank 1000 wants to take my role or even then, or I'm like the lowest rank in the game. I have to go play POS 5 and be bored the whole game. It's way better to play in an environment like this where you're actually working as a team every game. And then the games are fun too. It's always fun to win. I really like playing at DCL, and of course, there's money too. That's nice.
Yeah. I was gonna say that always helps, right? Well, Jed, a great ambassador for the NAD. So I want to ask you one more thing. You talked about maybe getting different roles in pubs. When you look at a team like THV, who has Door playing Pause 1, how hard do you think that transition is at this level of Dota?
I think like on teams like this where the people don't know each other that well, it's kind of fine to mix around your roles, but I don't think carry is like his preference, so it's obviously not like the most ideal thing. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We've done role swaps in the past. I've done on some like old teams and stuff. Sometimes it somehow like works out, and other times it's like, okay, this is just even worse than before.
Yeah. Okay.
You kind of just have to see how it goes.
Sure. Well, thank you for joining us, man. I appreciate you. Like I said, I'm a big fan. I'll be rooting for you guys, and good luck going into the tournament next week.
All right, thank you. See you guys.
See you, brother.
Appreciate it.
All right, guys. So we got to talk to Jed. We got a little bit of insight there. Based on what he said, do you guys think that Fryboy is going to make a big run in the tournament next season or at the next weekend?
He seemed happy.
I mean, he seemed confident, man. I mean, they're friends. They've got the chemistry. They've got, maybe too much fun at times, but it seems like they have the same ideas. I think, like, maybe you guys touched on it, but with one direction, it's hard for people to get lost, right?
Right, exactly. You kind of mentioned it, like they're clowning around a little bit, and that can have its kind of it's pros and cons, right? It's great for the team atmosphere. You kind of joke around a little bit, but at the other end, these really, really high tension games that are 50-50 or 49-51, if you clown around a little bit too much during those games, sometimes it can be hard to get the real experience, and you end up throwing these games and we're not really developing, the muscle to play these close games. So as much as it promotes a team atmosphere and it's fun to do, I can also somewhat worry on the other ends that this clowning around will somewhat translate to the bracket itself once we start getting into playoffs, and it can be a little bit of a downside to that too.
What's the future of THV, Samson? They were 8-8. You were talking them up. They were 8-8.
I
There's
hope
a
it's not
chance
over
they could
streak.
drop down to the lower bracket, I believe, if things continue to go in the wrong direction. But unless they won a forfeited series, I think there's some world where they're close.
Well, they're gonna go against Chompers and then Pronouns. So, they could go 2-2 in that pretty easily. And probably stay in the middle of the pack, but not lower bracket. And they'd probably be happy with that. Escaping the lower bracket would be good for them.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with the personnel type stuff. I think going into a best of one, you want to be confident with who's playing what. And it looked like they had it figured out, but maybe a bit of a relapse there. Game two.
I think game one did not go bad enough that you swap positions. Maybe we missed something, but game two went worse. Maybe revert back to game one.
Yeah, we also don't know how the team comms went, right? I think Jed talked a little bit about how team comms can go like horrible when you don't know the people you're playing with. I don't know how these guys are. Maybe they're super PMA, but I think maybe if one player doesn't like the way you're playing carry, like gets in your head, and it's hard to shake something like that off.
I want to say if you're willing to roll swap and everything, your team is still willing to try around that things, and there's at least some, goodwill going on.
I like it. We're going goodwill. THV, full of goodwill. I know their owner, Nonstop Grief, he's full of goodwill, so hopefully he's passing some on, passing it out at the door. I don't know. Do we have Okay. Yeah. So the lobby is not up yet. We are still figuring out what game that is. I think Pop Tart knows, but we'll find out when we get back from the break. We'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
Nonstop Grief here, major North American Dota fan. But I got a problem. These teams keep failing us. So it's time for a change. It's time to stop. It's time for something different. We deserve it as NA Dota fans. Our game was born here, for gosh sakes. All right? It's not a joke, guys. It's not a joke. All right? I'm here to make a difference. THV is here to make a difference. We're going to foster talent. We're going to make NA better, okay? You understand? Who cares about Season 5? We won Season 4, all right? That's all that matters. And we're coming back for Season 6, okay? You can't stop us. We got a new look. We got sick new jerseys that all of the Division 1 players are going to get for free just for being on the team. You're welcome. And we're going to win the whole thing, all right? So here we go, Dota fans. It's time for a change.
Now listen here, North America. We need to talk. Now my name does not matter, because what I stand for cannot be described by human nomenclature. But, for simplicity's sake, you will call me Coach. Now Coach is old, and Coach is tired. But I can't go another day watching my favorite Dota scene die. I'm creating a team of true degenerates. Some grind set mindset motherfuckers. Some 8-hour-a-day Dota playing, sleeping from 4 a.m. to 4 p.m., zero social skill, badass. Haven't seen another human being in weeks, high win rate abusing motherfuckers. Now if that's you, and you think you got what it takes to stand out in the server full of fucking zero skill, run it down mid because my carry with a small PP got 2v1'd in lane while the support was pulling creeps, then this team is for you. For the rest of you, if you're tired of playing in these games with zero communication because half the team is typing in Spanish saying concha tu madre while your fucking Ricky mid is 0-6-2 20 minutes into the game, then do something about it. Back the NADCL legacy that is going to be the degenerate dinosaurs. I do not want to hear you 2K MMR motherfuckers sit back and be a wuss while the guy screaming Suka Bliat continues to ruin your server. Degen Dinos. This is my team. It stands for Degenerate Dinosaurs. It's an ode to all you oldies out there that have been playing this game for 10 plus years, the game that you love, and just watching it crumble, and some of you need to face the reality that you need to try harder, and you need to stand up for the server and show it some goddamn respect. We'll see you on draft day, fellas.
Nonstop grief here. Major North American Dota fan. But I got a problem. These teams keep failing us. So it's time for a change. It's time to stop. It's time for something different. We deserve it as NA Dota fans. Our game was born here, for gosh sakes. All right? It's not a joke, guys. It's not a joke. All right? I'm here to make a difference. THV is here to make a difference. We're going to foster talent. We're going to make NA better, okay? You understand? Who cares about Season 5? We won Season 4, all right? That's all that matters. And we're coming back for Season 6, okay? You can't stop us. We got a new look. We got sick new jerseys that all of the Division 1 players are going to get for free just for being on the team. You're welcome. And we're going to win the whole thing, all right? So here we go, Dota fans. It's time for a change.
Now listen here, North America. We need to talk. Now my name does not matter, because what I stand for cannot be described by human nomenclature. But, for simplicity's sake, you will call me Coach. Now Coach is old, and Coach is tired. But I can't go another day watching my favorite Dota scene die. I'm creating a team of true degenerates. Some grind set mindset motherfuckers. 8-hour-a-day Dota playing, sleeping from 4 a.m. to 4 p.m., zero social skill, badass. Haven't seen another human being in weeks, high win rate abusing motherfuckers. Now if that's you, and you think you got what it takes to stand out in the server full of fucking zero skill, run it down mid because my carry with the small PP got 2v1'd in lane while the support was pulling creeps, then this team is for you. For the rest of you, if you're tired of playing in these games with zero communication because half the team is typing in Spanish saying concha tu mare while your fucking Ricky mid is 0-6-2 20 minutes into the game, then do something about it. Back the NADCL legacy that is going to be the degenerate dinosaurs. I do not want to hear you 2K MMR motherfuckers sit back and be a wuss while the guy screaming Suka Bliat continues to ruin your server. Degen Dinos. This is my team. It stands for Degenerate Dinosaurs. It's an ode to all you oldies out there that have been playing this game for 10 plus years, the game that you love, and just watching it crumble, and some of you need to face the reality that you need to try harder, and you need to stand up for the server and show it some goddamn respect. We'll see you on draft day, fellas.
Hey guys, we are back with our second series of week 3, the last week of the best of 2s before we get into the tournament next week. I'm joined by the panel once again. I've got Eagle on one side, Samson on the other, and we got Pronouns versus copeDAO, which might be a little bit closer to home to Eagle than he probably wants. You got anything to say about this matchup?
Yeah, it's a little bit stressful. My palms are sweating a little bit, but I actually think copeDAO and Pronouns are quite similar teams. This team has surprised some people. This team being copeDAO. No one really viewed them as a top team at the end of the auction or the draft, but they're in the top 4 for the record. They don't have a traditionally strong player at the core roles. They spent a lot of money getting Flea, which has been a strategy that a lot of people questioned at the time. But it's worked out quite nicely for them, and they've really shown that they can be successful without dropping 200 plus players on a core player. That's not to say any of their core players are bad by any means, but they're not as well known as some of the other players like I Annihilate or Babatich or Old White, Vol, SMD, etc. I know their mid player, Jer or J3R, I hope that I'm pronouncing that correctly, is really making a name for himself this season, though. On the most recent power rankings, 2 out of the 3 rankers, including PPD himself, voted him as the best mid player throughout the entire NADCL. So his stock is really rising this season, and next season we might see him and his value creep up into that same tier as the other mid players that were previously mentioned. And this team can go as far as Flea and Jer can take them. The one thing I will say, though, is I'm surprised we haven't seen more tempo out of this team. With Flea at the helm, I would expect this team to group their supports and rotate early, gank mid with a catapult to secure the mid tower and the 6-minute rune, and then kind of take over the map from there. I feel like with their highly skilled players at the 2 and 5 positions, it's something that they can execute successfully, but we haven't seen a ton of that in these 25 to 35 minute wins that they snowball. When this team wins, it's generally in the later stages, the 40-minute plus games with a Naga or a Muerta that are 6 slotted and farming a ton. I think their playstyle can be prone to over farming, and it introduces opportunities for the opponents to take advantage and counterplay. So we'll see if their playstyle can adapt here, but it'll be heavily dependent on the style of carry they pick.
Yeah, no, I mean, it sounds like you've done your homework on copeDAO. We've got the draft up, and you talked about copeDAO. You had a lot to say, but your team sitting on the other side, if you know what copeDAO likes to do, is it a good thing or a bad thing for the way that Pronouns likes to play?
Looking at the bans, it's a good thing. Their bans are really interesting, and they're kind of targeting that carry pool a little bit, right? We see the Meepo ban, we see the Naga ban, we see the Slark ban, but that's not really what the Pronouns have showed so far. We showed a carry Earthshaker, we showed a carry Jakiro, a carry Abba. Not really any of these later game heroes. We're kind of showing the earlier tempo type carries. So I'm curious at their banning strategy. One thing I will say, though, is that they've always consistently banned out 2 heroes in the first phase, which are Doom and Shen. And we see that again here. They do not want to play against these heroes. And, once they've moved on from those, we typically see kind of team-dependent bans, where here we're seeing the Meepo and the Naga. In the past, we've seen Weaver, Venge, Nature's Prophet, DK. It's a lot more diverse after those first 2 bans. But on the pronoun side, we also have Pugna and Venge. These 2 heroes have been heavily prioritized by the Pronouns in the past, and we've seen this 5 Pugna a ton in their past games to success.
Yeah, and we saw what the Venge can do last game. One of these heroes that doesn't reveal too much, solid hero. But copeDAO, they're confident. They know what they want. They have the Muerta, Centaur, and Treant Protector. Samson, what's so good about these 3? Why are they opening up with them?
The Treant he was a little underrated for a moment. I mean, after being so broken last patch, but he's coming back into the meta because he's still as good as ever. And he is going to buff up this Centaur. I'm a little interested to see where this Muerta goes, because I wouldn't be surprised if it was a 4 or a 1, frankly. Probably leaning against the 1. But yeah, I could see the Muerta 1 with a Treant lane being amazing.
It does feel to me like copeDAO, these picks, like they kind of feel like TI-esque. Like, I don't know, we saw Tofu playing Muerta, we saw the Treant Protector being played by everyone. Centaur was highly prioritized. We've seen other heroes maybe get into the meta. We saw what the Mars can do. We saw what other heroes can do as well. But I don't know. It does feel like it's a little past meta to me. Feels like Pronouns are a little bit more what we've seen recently. But what does the Pugna and the Vengeful Spirit give you as a team, Eagle?
Yeah, biggest thing is strong lanes, right? both Pugna and Venge can really, really provide a solid foundation for the laning stage and for the laning stage to snowball. Pugna can apply that early pressure, and he can kind of take on that same role that the Techies does, where he can push the force slowly out of lane by repeated nether blasts, and then all of a sudden turn that aggression into a 2v1 on the offlaner. So we might see around the 4 to 5 minute timing, the Centaur really struggle as he's getting 2v1s by both a Pugna and another strong laner that can kind of push him out of lane. But on the flip side, we also have the Centaur, who's really, really effective at sort of punishing these lanes and really, really taking advantage of some of these melee heroes with the spam of his W skill. So it's going to be interesting to see what Pronouns has as their carry.
Oh,
So I
no.
gotta say, that's an answer.
Oh, no.
But
I don't want to get too far forward, but we got another snap anti-mage. Go ahead, Samson.
We know Pronouns likes to pick their fancy carries, their fancy ones. I'm thinking this is a Venge Spirit 1 with the Tusk 5. I mean,
Okay.
You did talk about how the Pugna 5 was very successful for your team earlier, but I could see the Tusk Venge lane destroying.
Could this be 3 Venge, though? Still have
Yeah,
the Tusk?
they could. Yeah, actually, that's very true. It could be a 3 Venge with a 4 Tusk.
And we still have the tag team and everything that it provides with the range here, right?
Yeah, and you got the Wave of Terror, which makes it even more dangerous. So I guess that could be like also the case. Achy Bones either chooses like the hard scaling melee strength hero or the lane winning pressure pause 3 with the melee 4. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Venge 3.
Yeah, so let's talk about, what we got going on. They picked the Storm, they left Anti-Mage in the pool, and copeDAO are happy to pick it up. Eagle, tell me how Pronouns can play around this Anti-Mage with their current lineup.
Yeah, so copeDAO's lineup is pretty interesting. I think it's going to struggle a little bit with kind of what we talked about earlier. When they went for this last pick Ember, but where does their tower damage come from? Where does the tower pressure come from? Yeah, you have the Centaur who can do some damage to towers with Retaliate, but how do they actually poke at these towers and take these towers? Without just completely relying on the AM red. And we see this last pick Troll, which is kind of a traditional counter pick to this AM. So I think this AM is going to have a really hard time because they're going to kind of play for protect 1. They're going to ball up a lot and let this anime split push. But is it really going to matter when AM is countered late game by Troll?
It's a great question. Samson, who do you have winning this game? I've got to take Eagle off of this one. I got to get your prediction first. It's a little bit too close to home. Who you got?
I think the Troll against the Anti-Mage is just too nice. And you got a Storm Spirit as well. The only thing I'm worried about is the Venge. It's a big question mark.
All right, Eagle, it's back to you before we get into this game. Who's winning this game?
I have to go with Pronouns. They're my team. I think copeDAO is going to really struggle. I think they're going to lack a lot of damage in these fights. If Anti-Mage isn't in these fights, they have a lot of chip damage with the Ember, but they don't have any burst damage at all, right? So how are they going to take down this Troll before he ults? Or how are they going to actually take down, the Venge before she swaps? They really just don't have the damage in these fights. They can survive a while because of the tankiness provided by the tree. I just think they have a ton of damage issues before AM comes to join these fights. And then by the time he's ready to join, the Troll is going to be also ready to counter him, hop in, and just, kind of run him over.
All right. We are headed into the game. Eagle, thank you for another great analysis of the draft. It seems like we're rooting for Pronouns this game, Samson. I'm going to be honest, man. I'm with you guys. I think this Troll actually adds a lot of things to round off their draft as well. I think, it wasn't really mentioned, but Troll is kind of like this objective taker, right? He gives you the ability to go Roche. He gives you tower pressure if he has the space. He's also this hero that farms incredibly well. I'm also on the side of Pronouns, but it's going to be your job to tell me how copeDAO win this.
Yeah, we've liked the ranged hero plus Tusk lanes a lot, but for some reason, I do think like the Venge 3 against the Anti-Mage.
We've got a 5v5 up top.
Yeah.
I don't think anything happens, but
I
interesting.
think like the counter spell against the Venge might be pretty annoying for the magic missile. Even the counter spell versus the Tusk Snowball could be kind of annoying. I could see this anti-mage kind of just eking his way out of this lane.
Oh man, Tusk, he's surrounded. They've got the right clicks. They've got the Nether Blast. They get Jur, but the first kill is the Tusk. So first blood does go to Natures. And everyone is dying. It's a double kill for the Storm. What is happening? What are they doing? Another double kill for the Natures. And there's just damage all around. Is Troll going to fall here?
Wow.
Double kill for Flea. So we've started minute 1, 4-4. Who does this benefit the most?
I'm thinking copeDAO, just because the anti-mage gets him
it's a
closer to
Treant
getting out of
Protector.
lane.
Not Natures.
Oh, and getting a lot of damage onto Shaggy feels pretty good. Flea is playing the 4 Muerta with Nikola Jokic on Centaur. Yeah, you talked about how you thought this lane or Muerta was a bit of an older pick, a TI pick.
Yeah.
And I can agree with you, but I still think the combo can do a lot.
Okay, talk me through the combo.
Oh,
I'm someone that played Dota before Muerta came on the scene, and I just every time she's in the game, I just ignore her. So, give me the combo.
We might see it in a second, but it's the dead shot, pushing the enemy towards you, and then your Centaur can get an easy hoof stomp and a nice double edge. And both these heroes, they both get another spell once they get level 2. Like, these are both really powerful spells. Every level these guys get, like, their spells just do more and more damage. And that's really how, like, the ideal you want in an off lane is just more spells that you can put on the enemy.
In mid, Storm is doing the damage. He's got the overload. Is he going to be able to get in within range? He's getting hit by the tower now.
Oh.
He took 3 tower hits.
And up top, the Tusk is going to go down. And maybe... No, the Venge runs away. But I don't think you want your anti-mage lane going like this.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the anti-mage goes on the Venge again.
Yeah, chasing him up. Looks like they will have the damage. The Blood Grenade comes out.
Yeah, 2 minutes in, like, this is not very good. This kind of reminds me of the Magnus lane versus the Faceless Void.
Oh, no. Let him rest. Let him rest. Let the KK Magnus go to sleep.
My apologies.
Yeah, rest in peace. This is actually, just speaking about like incredibly gifted players that are getting a lot of notoriety. I think that, Jur against Shaggy is actually a super interesting matchup player to player. I mean, Jur is someone who didn't get a lot of notoriety. Shaggy, someone who's kind of known to like do extremely well in mid games when he's fully coherent. I'm curious to see how Jur does in this.
It's interesting right now.
Oh no, down bottom. They got the dead shot. Dead shot into the hoof stomp.
Very nice.
Yeah.
This Pugna has died a few times. Oh no, sorry. First death on Pugna. He just TP'd back in a second ago.
Oh my gosh. The earn into a dead shot. Double kill for Flea. We talked about whether going all in on Flea was worth it and how it's kind of panned out for them. I mean, this is your support getting a double kill in the safe lane.
He knows he's supposed to get a lot of value. He knows he's supposed to be a carry. And maybe he wasn't doing that in the last few games. He was playing pos 5 maybe even. But this Muerta pick is him saying, I am going to carry.
They've got the right clicks. Anti-Mage trying to get the kill into Tusk before he has to jump out, but Chola will take it as he blinks himself out.
Anti-Mage has a Bracer and an Orb of Corrosion.
Oh wow, the Wave of Terror and the Magic Missile gets him. Anti-Mage.
Come on, buddy. And he could have gone Counterspell. Maybe he wouldn't have gotten him the kill earlier, but he could have gone a little more defensive. But
he got the Bracer. You're asking too much. Anti-Mage is slowing down his Battle Fury for a whole bracer, man.
Anti-Mage TPing middle right now, and he's
Yeah,
going
yes,
on
they're going
Storm.
on Storm. Yeah, they've got him. The two of them are there. Storm is only level 5, so he's not going to have the ability to get out. But do they have the damage? Anti-Mage, he's got 1 hit left, and he might fall to the tower. And he does. That's an Anti-Mage. That's TP the mid lane, gets the kill on Storm, but now he's stuck in the fountain.
Storm tipped him. Yeah, that's a good tip. That's a hard.
Come out.
I don't know if that's worth it. I don't think that's worth it.
I will say
9
this.
last hits.
This game is entirely different than the last series. I mean, there's 17 kills at 5 minutes. I swear we had 1 kill at 5 minutes in the last series.
Yeah, we got 8 kills in the first negative minute.
The negative minute. That's got to be a record somewhere.
Hey, the one person that is happy about the anti-mage dying middle is the tree.
But they're going up
He's a
top.
5.
Magic Missile. They got the tag team. They got the shards.
And
And they get Chola. I don't know if we're going to have any time for you to talk about anything.
They're just going to keep fighting.
I think
Then quickly, I'll say this Storm has the most last hits and most denies. Statistically, Storm is not a good laner. He's not supposed to win a lot of lanes, but he is
Oh
destroying
no,
right now.
they got level 6 before the Ember. He wanted to get the rune. He's got the Flame Guard up, but the right clicks will get right through. And Jur will fall in the mid lane. And now they got 3 heroes here. And some notorious tower pushers with the catapult.
Yeah,
I mean, this
that
tower is
Pugna-
going down. It's at half-life already.
So right now they're hitting tower, but I'm thinking about the 7-minute rune right now. I
Yeah.
would ping it if I was in game right now. Tell my supports to go run towards it.
I feel like I'm blind to it. So I'm going to stay. I'm going to keep thinking about it. They're Xing out the mid lane right now.
They will
And
take the
Storm, he
tower.
jumps in. Flea trying to save the Ember, but the Ember looks like he's going to fall. He's got the Slight to keep himself alive for another second, but a killing spree onto Storm, and Storm's got a double kill, diving the tier 2s at 7 minutes.
This is not how you want Storm to start a game. He is not. He has 6 kills at 7 minutes. I know,
think it
like, probably a
depends.
few of them were from First Blood or whatever, but
I think it depends, right? If you're the Storm, I mean.
I'm never the Storm. I'm never the Storm.
Yeah, I think we live different perspective lives. That Storm rotates bottom. He's still got the Arcane Rune. He's got the stun, but is he going to be able to get into range? He's got the slow, and Pingu will claim the kill. There's a kill up top, too. So this Venge suffers, but man, copeDAO seems to be in rough shape overall.
Yodi, how much do you play Troll?
I play Troll exactly 0 times.
Yeah, I think so. This is a support playing Troll, right? So I'm trying to think of like how he could mess up. Maybe I think he's playing really good right now, winning against the Centaur lane, against the Centaur Muerta lane.
Oh,
But
God.
the hard
Watch
part
top.
about Troll,
We've got a Wave of Terror. Oh, he got the counter spell, but he gets the Magic Missile. Perfect timing. Oh, my gosh. I don't know, man.
I think he was being a little greedy, being that far up. All of his creeps are already pushing. There's not that many last hits for him to get.
12 to 12. Why does
The
it
hard
not
part about
feel
this
12 to
Troll-
12?
Oh, what? They just made a quick comeback.
Storm's in mid. He's got no mana, though.
'Cause
Oh,
Flea's
Anti-Mage is here
slowed
now. They
down.
know he doesn't have mana. He's got the bottle that used the mana void, but they've got all and everything, and they've got the Storm. That's a dominating kill streak going to the way of Jur. Maybe a glimpse of hope.
This is how I thought the Medusa game was gonna go. But this is incredible. This anti-mage just has his eyes on this Storm and has gotten him twice.
Yeah, he's definitely making the most out of those opportunities. It's kind of crazy. Oh no, this is a long way to walk for this Venge. They used the Stampede. He's got the counter spell up, and now he's got no mana, so he can't even use any spells. Storm is here though. He's TP'd in. Can Anti-Mage get away? Seems like the answer is yes for now. Flea, he's trying to catch him. Did land the dead shot. But the calling just going to get Storm to walk himself out of there.
And he Mage got a nice little salve right there.
He did, yeah. Flea's doing everything, man. All right, you
Well-
got to tell me about Troll before we run out of time again.
Before something happens. I think the hard part about Troll is that you have to get your ultimate off in fights in the late game. You want to save your ult as long as possible, but you also want to make sure you use it. So it's a really big button to press. We'll see how well he presses the button.
Oh, 10-minute rune. Did go to the way of Ember. He had the Remnant out. They had Tusk in position.
A nice little invis rune. Maybe put you somewhere on the map.
There's the Pugna
Uses it.
giving away his life for the smoke.
I did not think about the Pugna plus the Storm, but that is a very nice combo.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something I've seen like that I really didn't think about. It's just like you can stay on the map, like you can make these plays, you can be so much more aggressive because the Pugna doesn't have to be present. Man, there's smoke, but the Invis Ember behind and down bottom. They've got the Troll, they've got the dead shot, they got the calling, they've got the stun. But there's just nothing to follow up. He's able to get himself out. Now Storm up in the top lane. He's on top of this Anti-Mage. He's got everything. The Mana Void is only going to kill the Tusk. Anti-Mage is gone. You've got the swap. You've got 3 heroes here from copeDAO, and they're able to get the return kill onto the Vengeful Spirit, and now they're chasing down the Storm. He's got a bit of mana. And he's able to get himself out. Pugna, running for his life. Uses the Decrepify, trying to dodge him. Pugna will fall. So, I don't know, man. copeDAO has made this an even game. And they've taken the bottom tower while that was going on.
Yeah, I think Pronouns win that overall. Or sorry, copeDAO wins that overall.
Oh my god, I was waiting for you to break that down. I was like, oh my god.
Even though they lost the Anti-Mage. This Anti-Mage has died 5 times, but he is showing that he is willing to die, I guess. Like, he doesn't care. It's not him being the hard carry, which makes sense, because I guess he knows he's never going to out-carry the Troll, so might as well just help the team where he can. It's probably more on this, like...
Oh god,
this
Storm.
Muerta.
Storm, he dove in mid, used all of his mana.
And
Ember just remnants away, right outside the Walrus Punch. Man, these guys, I really love it. Like, we talked about people being willing to go mid. I mean, as they're fighting down bottom, maybe we don't have time to talk about mid. Flea, he's doing circles around Pingu. They've got the hoof stomp. He's going to have to commit the ult, but he's silenced. They get the dead shot. The kill goes to Flea, and now Storm is here. He's got mana to get away, but the Overgrowth keeping him in place. Are they going to have the damage to get him? Haste Rune is there as well. Mana Void. Another dead shot lands, but he's just hasted. The man's a track star.
Doesn't matter if you get dead shot, if you're just hasted, it almost helps you a little bit.
I'm saying you can't get confused on which way to go if it makes you go one way, I guess.
This Flea Muerta is carrying. Like, yeah, this Anti-Mage is not the carry. This Muerta is.
Yeah. All right, so you did bring up the Troll. It looks like we have a minute of downtime. You did bring up the Troll. You said that the Anti-Mage is just not going to out-carry this Troll. But what else do they have on the side of copeDAO to kind of assist in these team fights if they're going to win this game?
You got the Treant ult, which is very nice. That will be able to help with the Troll, lock him down. copeDAO don't have horrible lockdown. I mean,
I'm sorry, brother. They're already in. Storm, he's jumping the Anti-Mage. They're in the triangle. He's willing to give up all his mana. They are being relentless. But yeah, go ahead. Continue.
I will say, copeDAO are kind of lacking some last hits. Like, a good landing stage to me is like, you get 50 last hits minimum.
Yeah.
But this is 14 minutes in the game, and Ember is trying to get his 50th last hit, as well as the Anti-Mage. I guess Flea and Chola have pretty good last hits to make up for it, but...
Yeah. I mean, they're living in their triangle, too. I mean, it doesn't make it any easier when the other team feels like they can just come up here. Pugna did give the suck, so Storm could have the mana. Is he going to be able to do anything here?
This is a free Storm game. I don't know how he got such a good Storm game. I mean, with the Pugna, I guess it's not a free Storm game
top.
though because they have an anti-mage.
They're bringing everyone up top. Storm is jumping in from deep. Trying to get here with the DD. I guess the amplified damage rune now. But now the return. Like both these teams willing to fight. The Stampede is used. Storm on low on mana. Jur gets the kill onto the Pugna in the backlines. And they get the mana void onto the Storm. You talked about it being a free game for him. But man, if he's got no mana, he takes so much damage from this anti-mage.
Again, the anti-mage is very, very aware of this Storm Spirit. And I think now, though, Shaggy will recognize that. He is going to know that the anti-mage is going to keep hunting him. I don't know. Shaggy showed on the zip really far, showed no mana, and then kind of farmed the camp.
Yeah. Yeah, they've shown they're willing to make these plays together. Down bottom, they actually gone through the Twin Gates. They're trying to make a play. They got the hoof stump. They got the urn onto this. Another dead shot, and the silence is going to make sure he can't use the ultimate again. Chola will claim the kill on the troll. Another great rotation from copeDAO.
Oh, Troll is going for Agnum Scepter. Why would he be doing that? I guess the melee axes get rid of... I guess it's... I don't know. I don't know why he would get an axe.
They got the tower up top. Oh no, you got to swap. They've got the Muerta in the back line. The hoof stomp lands onto the Pugna. He's able to get him, and now the Venge, he's surrounded. He's Rod of Atos into place, and Storm, he's rooted from the overgrowth. They got a double kill onto the Centaur so far. The Storm, he used the Vortex, but he's not able to get out. They get the kill onto the Storm as well, and another dead shot right through the Vengeful Spirit. And man, it looks like they're going to try to claim the kill onto the Troll as well. He is able to use the Battle Trance, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to keep any of these heroes in place. They do. They get the kill onto the Troll. Another double kill for the Centaur. And man, copeDAO, they are rolling this game right now. The comeback
And
is
they're going to let
real.
him respawn, and then they're going to kill him again.
They just seem to be firing on all cylinders. Like you said, they caught the rooted Vengeful Spirit, who's now respawned. Pugna trying to keep somebody alive, but now Venge, she's back dead. They did get the kill onto the Centaur, but Pugna will follow him. And man, they'll probably just claim this too. Deadshot does miss. Rooted up.
There we go.
Venge is gone. Ethereal and all.
And it's weird. Weird. Like the Troll matchup versus Anti-Mage should be pretty Troll favored, but I guess the game is just favoring the Anti-Mage. Like the Anti-Mage has people that he wants to jump on and he wants to kill, but Troll cannot really find a target.
And it's tough too, right? I mean, they have the overgrowth. They have so many ways of kiting you, right? Once the Storm is dead, I mean, the dead shots are right on point. You know, Troll doesn't have BKB. It just seems like even though he used the ult, he's not able to do anything. And in the mid lane, they're trying to get the kill onto the Ember. Has to use a slight, remnants himself away. But now with the Stampede, they're trying to catch more. The Centaur, maybe on the wrong side of the river, but looks like that's all they'll lose.
It's like the Storm is initiating, but
Oh, another dead shot. Magic Missile. Rod of Atos. The calling. They get the kill onto the Ember. The fight for the runes.
I think what's going on in this game for Pronouns is kind of the Venge 3.
Oh no. Storm's going for more. He's found the Muerta. Hexed up. And he's just going to get life trained down. But Storm will claim the kill.
Like, who's the Venge swapping for? There's not been really any saves from the Venge, but if the Venge gets an aggressive swap, which I think that's the use of the Ags, and the use of a Venge 3 is like the aggressive swap, but
Sure.
Are you swapping so your Storm can get some free hits in? No, that's not going to work. And this Troll is just not doing enough damage to be dangerous. So there's really nothing for them to swap into. There's just nothing dangerous.
Yeah, he is going for the phylactery, I guess, or did he swap?
On Vinge? Yeah, he's going
Yeah.
phylactery. He's going for the full conda even. So yeah, that's gonna give them actually some damage that they would be very useful. That's gonna be a nice item for them. But the anti-mage is already top net worth, which sad to see. We do see though also Flea, right below the Ember. He went for the Atos and has the Glimmer as well.
Yeah. Yeah, the Atos doing work. I mean, it just seems like they have so many ways to kite the troll. I don't know. Between the Deadshot and the Atos, I feel like Flea could keep this troll exactly where he wants him to be. But there's also the potential of just blowing up this storm because of the Atos, right? He doesn't have BKB. He opted to go for the Orchid. And down bottom, we've got an Overgrowth used. People are responding to this.
Yeah, the Orchid on Shaggy felt a lot better before he kind of died a few times. It kind of slowed him down. But he's about to use it right now.
Oh, man. He does miss the hoof stomp. He's inside of the calling. Another dead shot landed perfectly. But now he's in the snowball. The snowball saved from Tusk, and the Stampede's used. But, man, this anti-mage is in trouble in the backline. He get hit with the magic missile. And another dead shot will land onto the storm. It's a killing spree for a bunch of people. But, man, there's 3 heroes down from Pronouns. And only the anti-mage has fallen for copeDAO. Are they going to be able to clean this up here? You've got the Venge extra, able to take down the Muerta, and now the Troll uses the Battle Trance. So you don't have all of those tools that we talked about to keep this Troll into place, but they're trying. You've still got that Treant Protector, and you've got the Centaur. And now you've got the Venge back.
Oh.
So they've been able to turn this around, and it's actually a triple kill for Achy Bones.
Okay, that was very nice. And I see a little bit more of the Pronouns vision now. With this Venge Ags, that's kind of like an Aegis for your Venge. So that's one guy that is impossible to pick off.
Yeah.
As long as Troll doesn't die before he gets his ult off, that means he's another guy that is like a pseudo Aegis, let's say.
Sure.
And then also you have the save from Tusk, the save from Pugna. Maybe you actually get this Storm and Aegis right now, and you have a very unkillable core trio.
Yeah, it does feel like if the Storm gets his Aegis, it's probably his BKB timing.
Ooh, yeah, they're
Oh
they were
no!
missing a little damage from that.
Oh no! He tried it. He jumped in, and they've got the dust. They've got the silence. He went for the play. Chola trying to steal the Aegis.
Okay, much respect for Chola for the attempt on the Aegis steal right there.
I mean, it was close.
Yeah, if you see a big overgrowth, you have to take it. You have to take it.
Yeah.
Wow. How did Pronouns end up with Aegis? That is incredible. After just a Storm pickoff, basically.
Yeah. I mean, they're still finding kills, though. They're not the team with the Aegis, but... Oh, yo, that's wild. This man is running, making space. They finally get the illusion.
That's gonna kind of suck for your Aegis. Kind of waste a minute of it. Let's see if they like try to cut waves or something. Not even cut waves, but just push waves real good.
Man, it's so crazy. I really don't know how to play with this. If I'm this Storm, I want to find some way to get this BKB, but he just dives the tower. They've already had people coming through the Twin Gate, so now he's stuck, and the Aegis is gone. Another beautiful dead shot. They were already prepared for this, and they've got the Searing Chains just waiting for him. He's silenced up, and he's going to fall. This was a way aggressive play when you were in such a good position to get that big item that maybe helps you fight in these team fights.
Yeah, you were talking about how you wanted the BKB on Storm, and now he gets punished for not having it. That was very rough to watch, honestly. That was very rough.
They were already setting up the play. They came through the Twin Gates up top, and they were just already in position. He jumped this tree, and then he just like uses his mana to run right into the other team. It just unfortunate. I do love the aggressive play, but I mean, with all vision, we could just see what was going to happen from a far way out.
Nice bait by copeDAO. Let's give him that.
I mean, great rotation from the team. I mean, they were there. They wanted to make a play. They had a read on where Pronouns was playing. And now they're just diving into the triangle. They're going to find the first life onto the Venge. They've got him rooted up. Going to see if they can take the second. Able to claim the illusion. So that pseudo Aegis that we talked about on the Venge is now gone.
Venge has 11 deaths.
Oh no, the Pugna misses the dead shot onto the Pugna, but able to keep him in place. And they're just taking towers. I mean, it really sucks. You were this team with the Aegis, you were posturing, and now it just seems like you can't save your own towers. Like the map is just at the mercy of what copeDAO wants to do with it.
Yeah, that Aegis was a bright spot for them. I mean, they had even lost the fight almost before the Aegis.
Oh no, the Stampede, he's able to dodge it. He has the ball lightning to get himself out of danger. He doesn't have a TP. Just see if they're able to find him. He's back behind the Roche pit. Don't want to say it too loud though, right?
4.5 minutes until Roche. Let's just get ahead of it since we're in this little corner here.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, 4.5 minutes till Roche, everyone. He does got the TP now. Kind of feels like, you know, someone sneaking behind this facility in school or something. He's playing hooky, but oh man, they catch Flea up top, but I'm not sure this is the guy they wanted. Troll, he's caught up, and he's going down low on damage, but he's got the BKB. He's able to get the battle trance off, but this Centaur, he's taking so much damage. Are they going to be able to chunk through him with the magic missile? They are able to, but with the Venge swap, he kind of took him in a direction he didn't want to go. Man, a lot of twists and turns here.
Yeah, you thought he was a good go for the Centaur, and I did too, but they just have those...
No. The Storm is struggling. The Storm needs this BKB. They're chasing him down. Anti-Mage has now jumped himself into an odd position. That's a lot of damage. He's got the Mana Void on to 3, and he's got so much damage coming out from the Storm because the Storm just has no mana. But the Pugna trying to give him the life drain back up, but Anti-Mage is back into this. Absolutely not afraid to give his life for these risky plays, but it doesn't pay off there. Double kill for Jura turns into a triple kill, though. And now, Venge Illusion able to claim the kill onto the Ember Spirit. A back and forth fight. And again, like you said, this Vengeful Spirit Illusion is actually doing a lot for them. Where the fight seems like it might go one way, these spells are just turning it back around.
It's actually making it so hard to judge who's winning these fights because of all the save they have. Like, I really, the last few fights have been confusing, honestly. Like a 3 for 2 right there. I think this next Aegis is going to be pretty important because of just these fights are going on so long. Imagine if there's 2 anti-mages in that fight. He would feel so much stronger.
Is that what you think it's going to be? This next Aegis, whoever can control this next Roshan?
Yeah, because both teams have excellent jump. I mean, yeah. I mean, even this Troll can chunk through the Centaur if he gets a good chunk. So it's like whoever is jumping feels pretty good. You'd feel even better with the Aegis.
All right, they're going to be able to give that haste rune onto Ember. Does feel like Pronouns are a little bit retracted. Where are we at on the BKB? You said BKB on Storm, so...
Yeah, he got it that fight, and it helped him a lot, actually. I think it might have saved him from the Anti-Mage.
Anti-Mage already has the Basher working on the Abyssal. I mean, that is one thing that makes it a little bit tough. I mean, they have a lot. If you get that Centaur jump on top into something like Abyssal, I don't know, it might still be enough to catch this guy before he can get out. I guess it really depends. They're smoked up. Both these teams are super active, always ready to make a play.
The additional chain stun is definitely going to be nice. Ooh. Double smokes. 2 ships in the night.
Storm is lagging a little bit. They do grab the hook stomp onto the Vengeful Spirit, but like we said, that guy's got 2 lives. Maybe not the best target. Troll able to find some stuff in the backline, and Sadman sitting on top of the hill. He's silenced up, has to use the BKB to come down. They're trying to use everything to get the Ember. They got him vortexed in, and they are not able to claim the kill. The man is gone. He's running away. He's hasted up. The battle trance is onto this anti-mage, so he's stunned up. He's rooted up, and he's got everything going, but he does fall. They get the return kill onto the troll. And now this Vengeful Spirit Illusion trying to keep them away from their Pugna, but it's a double kill because the illusion actually kills off the Ember Spirit.
Still get the anti-mage and the Ember post like 4 people dying. It's pretty impressive how the Venge illusion and the troll can do so much.
It is odd, like the way these fights are going, though. It feels like Pronouns are the aggressor, and somehow they're just after battle trance, after the BKBs, they're just not ending the way it seems like they plan it to.
Mm-hmm. One cool thing in that fight that I saw was the Storm. He zipped up onto the cliff. Did you see that? And he de-warded one of the wards.
Oh,
so I think that was probably pretty intentional because it was everybody was around there. So I think he was just truly trying to get that ward down. So next time you play Storm, try that out. Cliff yourself.
Cliff yourself. Get silenced on top. Use BKB to get yourself back down. I mean, I don't know. It was kind of crazy. But I mean, I don't know. If you're A-clicking, who knows what your hero is bound to do. But Pronouns in a position to take Roche here. And you did talk about how important this might be.
Yeah, I mean, if the Venge survived forever, the Troll survived forever. Imagine if your Storm can survive forever, too. It'd be so nice for them. And then the Storm also gets the full reset. I wonder if they'll give it to the Troll, though, and they'll just try to go high ground. That might be an option, too.
Yeah, it does look like they're thinking Troll for this. I do agree. Like, I don't know. I feel like this Troll is just... He's getting kited. And I feel like if you can have the Troll in the front lines, and this Storm is able to focus on the back line, and not having to put so much damage up front, I feel like it does change a lot for these fights.
Yeah, that would be nice. If the Troll could just, play a little more aggressive and, set up the Storm for a few kills or something, get somebody low or something, that would be probably better for the Storm anyway. Because I don't know if he survives the second life.
Yeah, and especially if they throw a bunch of spells on the Troll too, right? Because if he's able to get a battle trance and they use all of these spells, I don't know, I just feel like you said earlier, it's truly a pretty free game for the Storm, except for the anti-mage. And I don't know, man. This could be their win condition here. And they got the swap. Oh no, you hate to see it.
Why? Okay.
Oh no, and they instantly say G.
He lagged.
Well, Ember's magic missiled. They've got a lot of follow-up here, so he is going to die.
Oh, what sucks about that is the Ember had the illusion rune in his bottle, but it was on cooldown because it was in its backpack or something.
Oh, no. I don't know. It was his own teammate that paused. I don't know. What can you do? Oh, we got some ratting going. Anti-mage in the top lane, while it looks like a team fight, maybe? Oh, we got the dust. They've got the hoof stump. They are catching the tusk, and he's surrounded by the calling. They got the damage. We've got the Pugna with the life drain trying to kill off this Treant Protector, killing spree for the Vengeful Spirit. But very this nice. Top racks, look at the top racks. He's got the Manta. Yeah, I mean, he's got the Manta. He's got the Abyssal. What does he have to be afraid of? Uses the counterspell, uses the Manta.
Is he trying to...
Oh, no, he's got the Mana Void. He gets the first life.
And reflects the stun.
Now they're bringing back the Troll. I mean, this is huge.
I want to see this Troll get a Blink Dagger. That would kind of allow him to do what we were talking about and just, start the fight.
Yeah.
He's going for the Satanic instead, I guess, to make them go on you instead. Which makes sense, but I wouldn't hate the Blink on the Troll. Really just catch out the Anti-Mage.
Yeah, I can definitely see the Satanic just with under that same mindset of I just don't think this guy's living long enough. I don't know. These fights feel super awkward. I feel like Storm is having to prioritize these targets that really don't make sense. He's having to be this added damage to kill off the Ember. You know, and like you'd rather him, you know, trying to catch the Muerta or the tree.
Yeah, the Vinge finally has the Conda. He's going for the Manta. So I think the Vinge keeps getting a little more damage as the game goes on, which is going to keep getting nice. I think that was kind of their problem early game, was the Vinge and the Storm are just kind of two heroes that don't do damage together.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. And it does feel like they're missing that like conventional frontliner.
Well, the Troll's trying to work his way there. He's trying to work his way there with the Satanic.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And like you said, I think the Vengeful is like starting to become this hero that like pours a lot of damage into the fight. I mean, I don't think Shard is like a bad item either for this Venge.
Oh yeah, it's kind of late, 35 minutes. I guess they did nerf the Shard though, so it's not as good nowadays. 35-minute Wisdom Rune just spawned.
Uh-oh. Pronouns getting active. They still have the Aegis on the Troll for another minute.
All of them are top right now. Let's see where they go to.
I like this too. I don't know if you saw, Storm has the gem on him. And I really do hope this means that he's going to prioritize these backline supports. I think this Ember that keeps getting caught early is like a super bait, and it's kind of like twisted the fights in a weird way.
So you want the Muerta? You want... Oh, yeah, the Muerta with hella farm?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, the Muerta has a lot of farm. Like you said, I mean, it has the E-Blade, he has the Ronda Atos, and he's also got a whole Spirit Vessel. But yeah, I would rather him prioritize these heroes and like focus, have the team like almost respond to it instead of jumping into where the team is already playing.
Yeah, the fight earlier, the Troll kind of came a little slow into it. He was farming somewhere else.
Yeah.
Because I just don't think... I guess they're not too worried about ending right now, of course, since they're down.
For sure, for sure. But like you said, the Troll is this hero that can carry through. If they win a couple fights, you know, this game could swing back in their favor. And I mean, Storm is not this hero that can't scale either. Storm is a really good hero at scaling as well. So,
oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that's what he's best at, which was why it was so surprising when he had an incredible like laning stage with what 6 kills at 7 minutes or something.
Yeah,
and then he kind of, I guess there was just not enough mid game for him to not die from.
Yeah, I think it was tough. Like going for the Orchid, he was going for those aggressive plays, and sometimes as Storm, you just like, you wish you had BKB and like you don't, and it's just so hard to get BKB when you don't have it. Yeah, they're trying to take the Tormentor. They just TP out. They just TP. Rule number, what rule number is that in Dota?
7.
7? Okay, lucky number 7. There he goes. He's got the gem. He finds the Treant Protector.
How did they take the Tormentor? I didn't even see that, and I'm just so confused about how that happened. Because there was like Tusk there too, like right in front of them. That was crazy that they took the Tormentor. Oh, the tree is working on his Ags right now, which is going to be pretty big.
Yeah, I do. I love that.
Some people in this anti-mage can just rat even easier. Tree Axe is big.
I'm really curious about how this fight's going to go, though, because it does seem like anti-mage is committed to this rat. And Pronouns, when they're seeing this, they haven't been coming back. They've been SCTPs. They've been taking the fight mid. It looks like they've swapped the way they want to play this, though. But it kind of puts them in an awkward position, because now, what have you achieved on the map?
Yeah, nothing. I mean, maybe you made some other people not farm. You made Flea not farm for a little bit on his pause 4 carry Muerta.
They're going mid. And they found the Ember. They found it. That's it right there. That's what they've been really doing. Like, not bringing anyone back and finding the fights when they know anti-mage isn't there. some really good patience, I guess, to wait.
I don't know why the Centaur was bottom. I guess they just decided to rat. Maybe they were going to try to kill the troll or something, decided it was too hard.
Oh no, there's still a fight going on mid. The BKB is out from the Centaur. He's got the snowball, but the Rod of Aether is going to keep it in place, but he's got the swap from the illusion on the Venge.
Ember buyback.
The Ember buyback, and the Vengeful Spirit is actually respawned, so it's going to be a dominating streak for this Centaur. And Storm, he jumps himself right into a bash. He's actually caught under the Anti-Mage. He has got no mana. He's got to TP himself away. The Battle Trance is committed as well. It's a double kill, getting the kill onto Pugna, and now they're surrounding the troll. He's rooted up. He's stuck under the Nature's Grasp. And now the Overgrowth, he has to use the BKB to try to run himself back to base. Is Storm going to be able to save him? Another buyback out from that Pugna, and now Storm getting involved, trying to save his troll, but there's just too much damage, and now it's a dominating streak. Anti-Mage killing off the Storm as well, and you've got the snowball, but you gotta think it's just not enough. He's not getting out of here. It's a double kill. Anti-Mage making the most out of that, and that is a complete team wipe on the side of Pronouns.
Yeah, this anti-mage is too big. Almost even too big for the troll at this point. The troll is not able to take him down.
Things got really wild there for a second.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the GG. Yeah, the Ember Spirit buyback was out of nowhere. But Ember Spirit is not even doing the damage, really. He just has to be there. He's almost a support at this point with the Muerta, with so much money. He just needs to be there in the fight, putting roots down.
they're not buying back. They don't have it. They're not giving up on the game. Is it a bit of BM, or is it okay, there it is. I was gonna say, are they gonna make them hit this down to 0?
Yes.
Well, they copeDAO claims game 1, Pronouns, and a bit of a interesting game there. I mean, not what any of us were expecting. copeDAO kind of getting the most out of that. I'm going to start with you, Eagle. What did you see that went wrong for them that game?
Yeah, it was tough. It was really tough after how that game started. 7 minutes in the game, we took the mid T1, especially into a tree, so it's extremely important. And that Storm was doubling up the net worth of the Ember Spirit.
Oh, yeah.
The Ember Spirit at one point, I think around 8 minutes, was the lowest net worth in the game, even lower than that Treant. So he really, really stomped that lane. And credit to Jer for coming back from that, because he was actually able to have a lot of impact in these fights, especially with the Mage Slayer he was able to put down on everyone with Sleight of Fist. But they really kind of failed to snowball their early lead, and Storm died once or twice. The AM kind of rotated. There was a little bit of awkwardness there, but it was able to slow that Storm's momentum down, and as a result, the Storm could never really take off like we've seen Shaggy do in the past. With those 20+ kill performances, and as a result of these, the Treant healing a lot of these towers, that tower pressure that we typically see from the Pugna was kind of mitigated. And we also never really saw that troll apply, enough pressure on that anti-mage. We didn't see a blink out of him. We didn't see necessarily a diffusal. That AM can kind of run around the fight and do whatever. And the troll had such a hard time getting on top of him because he kept getting kited and kited and kited. It was just a really, really hard game.
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't agree more. I do think that a lot of that was early on Flea with these dead shots. Like this guy was absolutely insane. And then Centaur with these blink hoof stomps, just starting the engagement. For me, those two things, like they just really set themselves up in so many times, just from the initiation. And then also from Flea just being able to catch people trying to get out of the fights. And then obviously, like you said, Jur and Anti-Mage, they did what the carries do, and Shola with the overgrowths. I thought the overgrowths were another thing that just kind of kited what your team wanted to do. I'm going to call them your team. Pronouns wanted to do. I did feel like there was a lot more kite in those fights than I saw in the draft. And I think a lot of that was that dead shot. I think Flea just showed why this hero was played at TI, and maybe it's not played in these games because there's just someone that doesn't shoot 100% like Flea does.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of the first time we've seen it push to this 4 role instead of the 1 role that we've previously seen in the past. So it creates some really interesting draft choices heading into game 2. Do we ban this Muerta? And if we see it, how do we prioritize against it? Is it going to be 1? Is it going to be 4? The fact that they can flex this creates some really unique challenges to address this Muerta in the draft. And like you said, those dead shots were on point when he killed the troll under his T1 tower, when he still had the Lotus and the stick. That was big. And these, these callings, the calling of the dead, every time with the Centaur stomp, it made it really, really hard for this troll to press his ulti button because he'd constantly be getting silenced by the spirits. And it really, really caused Troll's game to kind of veer out of direction, where previously, he might have been able to snowball off of Storm having such a good early game.
And I think we thought like Storm had like this free game, and early on it seemed like he was doing everything. But I know what it's like. I don't know what it's like to play at this level, but I know it's like when you don't have BKB and you want it, and you're just getting chain stun and chain silenced. And it just seemed like he was going for this super aggressive build and play style, and then it wasn't working, and he was kind of forced to continue to play it to kind of get that BKB. They had the Aegis. We saw him jump under the tier 2. Unfortunately, copeDAO was in the area to kind of, kill him twice, but it seemed like he had the chance to go for the BKB. Do you think that we'll still see like this aggressive play style, or do you think these guys are going to try to do maybe a little more relaxed to get the win?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the name of the game, right? Is that really early aggression. You saw it mid, when we had both supports rotate in with that tower. We took it with 6 minutes with the catapult, then we transitioned that into the rune, and then we transitioned the rune into another kill. You're going to keep seeing moves like that early on from our supports. Maybe not exactly at the same timing, but those aggressive moves are all about what Pronouns wants to do on the map, and you're going to keep seeing that. I think our mistake, honestly, was just picking our traditional carry. Let's see that 1-pos Earthshaker again. Let's see a 1-pos bounty. Let's see it. I really want us to get back into the non-traditional carry role. I think that's what we're most effective at, because we kind of saw the awkwardness there, right? Pingus is not necessarily a traditional carry player, and we saw him farm a little bit more. But I think if we can get him back on a hero that can be active around the map and kind of run around with Shaggy and apply the map pressure, then we can see Shaggy's amazing early game capabilities into a much more effective way to end the game.
Yeah, you have to think like if Pingu was able to connect with Storm with that advantage, like what does copeDAO do to come back into that game? So I couldn't agree more. Samson?
I was actually going to say the same thing. I was going to say pick a weirder carry. Like these guys know how to play against a troll pause 1. Like they've seen it a billion times. Do they know how to play against an Earthshaker pause 1? Probably not. Just throw some weird stuff out there. Like I suggested the Venge one. I think it would have been nice, but we can see what they do in game 2. I'm excited. I think they'll adjust for sure. Pronouns will for sure adjust.
Oh, for sure. I think that's the one thing we did see. Like, both these teams were super aggressive. I think it made for like an incredibly fun game to watch. 8 kills before minute 0. This is stuff you just don't see. And it just seemed like they were always active on the map. So I'm curious to see what changes they make. We will be back as a full panel for game 2, but we're going to go to a short break. We will see you in a moment.
Nonstop grief here. Major North American Dota fan. But I got a problem. These teams keep failing us. So it's time for a change. It's time to stop. It's time for something different. We deserve it as NA Dota fans. Our game was born here, for gosh sakes. All right? It's not a joke, guys. It's not a joke. All right? I'm here to make a difference. THV is here to make a difference. We're going to foster talent. We're going to make NA better, okay? You understand? Who cares about Season 5? We won Season 4. All right? That's all that matters. And we're coming back for Season 6. Okay? You can't stop us. We got a new look. We got sick new jerseys that all of the Division 1 players are going to get for free just for being on the team. You're welcome. And we're going to win the whole thing. All right? So here we go, Dota fans. It's time for a change.
Now listen here, North America. We need to talk. Now my name does not matter. Because what I stand for cannot be described by human nomenclature. But, for simplicity's sake, you will call me Coach. Now Coach is old, and Coach is tired. But I can't go another day watching my favorite Dota scene die. I'm creating a team of true degenerates. Some grind set mindset motherfuckers. Some 8-hour-a-day Dota playing, sleeping from 4 a.m. to 4 p.m., zero social skill, badass. Haven't seen another human being in weeks, high win rate abusing motherfuckers. Now if that's you, and you think you got what it takes to stand out in the server full of fucking zero skill, run it down mid because my carry with the small PP got 2v1'd in lane while the support was pulling creeps, then this team is for you. For the rest of you, if you're tired of playing in these games with zero communication because half the team is typing in Spanish saying concha tu mare while your fucking Ricky mid is 0-6-2 20 minutes into the game, then do something about it. Back the NADCL legacy that is going to be the degenerate dinosaurs. I do not want to hear you 2K MMR motherfuckers sit back and be a wuss while the guy screaming Suka Bliat continues to ruin your server. Degen Dinos. This is my team. It stands for Degenerate Dinosaurs. It's an ode to all you oldies out there that have been playing this game for 10 plus years, the game that you love, and just watching it crumble, and some of you need to face the reality that you need to try harder, and you need to stand up for the server and show it some goddamn respect. We'll see you on draft day, fellas.
Nonstop grief here. Major North American Dota fan. But I got a problem. These teams keep failing us. So it's time for a change. It's time to stop. It's time for something different. We deserve it as NA Dota fans. Our game was born here, for gosh sakes. All right? It's not a joke, guys. It's not a joke. All right? I'm here to make a difference. THV is here to make a difference. We're going to foster talent. We're going to make NA better, okay? You understand? Who cares about Season 5? We won Season 4, all right? That's all that matters. And we're coming back for Season 6, okay? You can't stop us. We got a new look. We got sick new jerseys that all of the Division 1 players are going to get for free just for being on the team. You're welcome. And we're going to win the whole thing. All right? So here we go, Dota fans. It's time for a change.
Now listen here, North America.
All right, guys, we are back into the draft. And is it the three of us? I can't see. Or is it no, just draft?
I think it's just draft. Cool.
All right. We're in this. The draft and casters are here.
Pronouns ban the treant protector, which we were talking about. The treant is pretty good at slowing down the pronouns aggression.
Okay. Yeah, so we're seeing some targeted bans.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm really glad to see that tree out of that. I thought it's counter aggression both during the top lane and then throughout the game. Keeping those towers alive was really, really frustrating as the Pronouns owner to see. So I'm glad we're not gonna have to deal with that this time around. But on the counter side, what are we giving up as a result of that? DK's still in there, Techies is still in there, Viper's still in there. There's a couple scary heroes that are still in the pool, and we'll see what sneaks through.
Yeah, and it looks like they're not prioritizing the Muerte either, deciding that the tree was the real issue.
Yeah.
Doom, Chen, Venge, all it seems like contested picked every game, so see why they're gone.
Centaur is still in the pool too, which I thought caused some issues. So we're going to see one more ban out of Pronouns. I really think they need to ban one of Centaur or Muerta. I think they just caused too many problems in the draft. So, hopefully we can get one of them out of there.
Yeah, so they get rid of the Centaur, and Pronouns takes Dragon Knight. Seems like a good opening.
Yeah, I like it. We kind of protected the Dragon Knight with the Timber ban, so there's not a ton that's really going to mess it up unless they pick Viper, which thankfully they didn't. If they pick Viper, we can dodge, because we kind of talked earlier about the positional flexibility of the DK, where you can go 1, 2, or 3. So even if they do pick Viper as an attempt to provide a lane counter, we can move it around so it can really dodge the Viper matchup. But no Viper, thankfully.
Is DK this hero? Like, let's think about your team, right? Well, I know it can play 1, 2, 3, but is it a hero that you really want to give Shaggy?
I'd prefer to see him on something a little bit more active, but if we have something, if it can really crush a lane matchup, or, if we have something that's active on our 1 and 3, I wouldn't mind giving it to Shaggy. Shaggy really likes to play a lot of these lane dominators, the Necros and, DK, stuff like that. So he's not opposed to playing it, but like you said, I think Shaggy has such a high skill ceiling. We want to see him on those really flashy, mobile heroes, the Quaps, the Spirits, the Pucks, those types of heroes. And I think that suits his playstyle a little bit better.
Absolutely.
I think the Dragon Knight really suits the Mr. Achy Bones playstyle. Like, we've seen him on a few ranged heroes, but I really like seeing him on the big strength offlaners. I think that's where he really shines.
Yeah, so you still got some flexibility. I think it would be nice having that hero. We see Clockwork picked up again. All right.
But, from a draft perspective, one of the strongest things you can do is first pick your carry. So I would not be surprised if it was a pause 1 Dragon Knight, just so you can get a crazy pause 3 in here and another mid.
So we were talking about the Pronouns play style a little bit during the break, and is Dragon Knight this hero that we can give Pingu that would be a little bit more active than the Troll, like we saw last game?
Absolutely. And the one great thing about it is he doesn't need a ton of items to be effective, right? If he's the one position, he can build Mage Slayer, Manta, Ags, and then maybe throw an Octarine or a BKB in there, and he's good to go, right? Well, once you hit that timing with that second Roche, it's so hard to defend against that, because you have the Dragon Knight who's hitting the tower from far away. You have to go initiate down into him, into the low ground. And then when you initiate, you have these counter initiators like Clock or a Techies who can put down his Ags that make it so hard to actually get in the fight. And then you have, Shaggy presumably running around on his hero. It makes these, the timing of these Aegis is really important for Pronouns. It makes it really hard for copeDAO to fight into that. However, having said that, if they put this Tusk on 4, one of the solutions might be to well, there's your Enigma. One of the solutions might be to grab that Ags and kick the DK in so he's away from his team and doesn't have that support.
Yeah. Samson, explain this Enigma to me.
So I'm thinking Tusk plus Enigma is just a crazy lane.
Sure.
But I don't know more than that. I mean, it's a very popular hero. I guess it's pretty underpicked nowadays. At least in NADCL recently. Oh, and then they have the Kunkka.
Man.
This
A lot of
is
control.
Enigma. This Enigma is a very like game structuring pick, I guess. Like this is a very wild pick.
Yeah, I think it can be really challenging to deal with. A lot of people think of Enigma as just this black hole team fight winner, but during the lanes, especially when you pair it with something like Tusk, each one of the Eidolons can benefit from his tag team, which makes it really hard for Dragon Knight or a traditionally tanky hero to deal with because all this damage is coming out, this amps damage from all these units, and all of a sudden the lane starts to fall apart because you have such an aggressive combination with the Eidolons hitting. You get the extra damage from that, the Enigma, and then also the Tusk in your face. So it can be really hard to deal with. And as we see, we have that Shaggy Necro that comes out. That's going to be, it's going to really help set the tempo for this game. It's not as mobile, but it can really, really apply a ton of aggression early and can kind of crush this Kunkka's game. Because Kunkka really wants to own the lane and snowball that out. But Necro is one of the heroes that can challenge Kunkka for that lane dominance.
Yeah, I think that's the big difference in picking this Necro instead of one of the Storm heroes. I think it's a hero that does really well against Kunkka in mid, and also a hero that can kind of just stand its ground in a lot of what Kunkka wants to do. So I definitely like it. We know that Shaggy is notorious for this hero as well, so excited to see what it can make use of it. Looking at Pronouns, are we looking for pause 3 or are we looking for pause 1 as they ban the Viper?
I don't know. What do you think, Samson?
I think Pronouns are looking for a 1. I think the Techies plus DK lane is real nice. You're going to be against a Lion, so, I guess he's more annoying now than he has been ever, but I'm still not super worried about it for the Dragon Knight. I think Pronouns are going to pick some faster tempo carry to go with the Clockwork. copeDAO banned 2 ranged heroes, but I think like we saw the faceless clock lane work earlier. They do need an Enigma counter. What about Gyro? Oh,
Okay.
the classic Jakiro 1 from Pronouns.
Is it a Jakiro 1?
I think it is.
Okay.
I mean, it could be a Clockwork 1, but no, I think it's a Jakiro 1. This is because you can kill the Eidolons. I guess, Jakiro is probably pretty good against Tusk. He wants to go in at you and tag team you, but you kind of just slow his attack speed. Ooh.
Es
Right.
Muerta.
The Muerta again. Now, maybe this is a pause 1 Muerta, though.
This is a pause 1 Muerta.
I think so. I think these Aegis timings are going to be so big in this game. I think if the lanes go okay and we don't get too crushed in our safe lane with the Jakiro, I think we'll be able to secure that first Aegis, take kind of control of the map. But this second Aegis timing, when you have the Jakiro shard, when you have the Manta Ags from Dragon Knight, where you can poke at this high ground without committing a ton and force them to initiate on you, then I think we can win this game. But if we miss that timing, if we do not win the game by the end of the second Aegis, I think we're really going to struggle, and we're going to see this Muerta start to pop off and do a ton of damage, right? Because that's the downside of this Jakiro 1. You can push these towers down really effectively, but at the same time, once you hit that timing, Muerta gets a couple items, it's really going to struggle to scale.
All right, last words from Eagle. The Pronouns make this 1-1.
Yeah, so I believe in the boys.
All right, we are headed into the game. Samson, talk me through this Jakiro 1, man. I've never seen it. I'm not going to say I doubt it, but I'm excited. I know you were. I saw the glee on your face.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I have not seen it either, because nobody plays it because it's not a thing.
Okay.
Like,
you convinced me in the draft that it was a thing.
well, I mean, look, this guy's a Jakiro player. He's a pause 1 player. I mean, he's been winning as pause 1, so I consider him a pause 1 player by that standard. but I think he should really, really pop off on this. I almost think it was a draft oversight a little bit, picking this Enigma, knowing like that some weird pause 1 could come out, because Enigma can get countered in lane, I guess.
Yeah, they I don't know. I'm excited for this. I have no idea, no expectation of Jakiro. If this was what my team picked in a pub, I would be screaming. No, I don't scream. But I have to imagine, I'd be like, what in the world did you watch? Like one of those YouTube videos where the guy shows you how to own on heroes that shouldn't be played where they played. But looks like we're not gonna get that. Maybe I spoke too soon. Are we gonna get the 8 kills before minute 0?
If this Tusk has anything to say about it.
They've got a lot. Oh, the dead shot lands onto the clockwork. They're surrounding him. He's running up to the high ground, but he's got nowhere to go. The first blood will go to Lion, and Sadman will claim the second. It's 1-1. Enigma with the evade, the miss uphill, but he turns back around. Maybe he was going to burn down. I'm not sure. 2-1, so not 8 kills, but we do get 3.
What do you think about this mid matchup? This Necro versus Kunkka. Oh, wait.
Not so fast. Not so. You thought this game was going to be regular. Well, I've got a surprise for you, man.
My mistake.
I hope you wanted a mid Enigma.
Is playing the Kunkka, but he decided he would rather play in the off lane. Okay, so I guess he decided the matchup against Necro is unplayable. Oh, and I guess the Jakiro is so good against the Enigma. Both these guys are okay.
Yeah, I think it's a mutual dodge. I think Enigma can get enough out of this lane. And like you said, the Jakiro is a little bit too good against the Enigma. I like the moves. I'm not sure how it's going to play out, but they also have a Jakiro pause 1 on the Dire side, so I don't know anything.
Yeah, I actually think this lane switch is kind of like game-changing. Majorly game-changing. I don't believe in like these lanes anymore for Radiant or for Dire. This Jakiro is not going to get enough. I mean, he already wasted all of his mana, and what Kunkka still has 2 tangos. Could buy some more.
Yeah. You do see though Necro 15-2 in the mid lane.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
because the Eidolons.
Okay. He got some Eidolons. I was gonna say, has there even been that many last hits so far? I don't think that's possible.
Oh my gosh, the shriek. Oh man. Yeah, this lane is tough up top, but they do get the kill down bottom.
Okay.
A little bit of a consolation.
We see another Tusk plus ranged hero lane. One thing I was going to say, this Muerta, like we saw how much Shaggy hated being countered last game by their carry, just constantly getting attacked by the anti-mage. I don't think it's going to be much easier this game for him on the Necro. Like this Muerta is a super hard counter.
In the mid lane. He's got the damage.
What?
He takes the kill.
Okay,
I wasn't sure because I didn't know the matchup, but it felt like it was going to be a kill as up top. They get a blood grenade onto Clockwork. They claim another kill. Pronouns showing that their playstyle is just kind of feeding into copeDAO today. They just maybe it's too prevalent.
Somebody in Twitch chat said this Enigma mid is infamous. So this guy is not unfamiliar to switching to Enigma mid, I guess. Oh, the Jakiro 1 dies.
Yeah, it's not looking any better so far. I agree with you completely though. I think the flexibility of what they had in the draft with this Enigma mid just changed the complete outlook of the way this game looked like it was going to go.
Yeah, looking at this copeDAO draft, the more I look at it, the harder it is to just kill anybody. I mean, you have huge ultimates on the Enigma and the Kunkka.
They're chasing down Jur under the tier 2s. Oh no, he's got the battery assault connected. And that kill will actually go to Jakiro.
Maybe
They got
they'll
the
at least get
snowball.
clock.
They brought Chola. Is he going to try to get a play here where he dies to the Ancients? Nope, he's running the other way. Misses the shards, just wasting time. Their spike is there, the right clicks, and the mana drain. Dominating streak for this Lion.
Flea again. Just the beginning game is too easy for Flea. Another 4 kills in the first few minutes.
Absolutely
for a
crazy.
4.
Yeah, it's so hard to gauge the last hits on Necro now because the add-ons. It's very tough. I'm probably gonna have to switch to net worth quicker because Enigma does have the lead.
Huh. He's got double
Oh
bracers
no,
on the
up
Enigma.
top. The Jakiro. He's being saved, but the snowball's out. Just a little bit of pressure, but maybe they're turning around. The battery assault onto the Tusk. And then mid, he dies again.
Yeah. It does not feel good to die as this Necro. I don't know how it is happening, but it is very, very good for the game of Enigma. Oh, the black hole.
He got the black hole. I was watching everything up top, but man, this Jakiro is just having a tough time.
Okay, so the Jakiro, neither of us have really seen this Jakiro pause 1. We heard about it the other day. He's going for a Witchblade.
Okay.
I don't even think he's done a build on Jakiro 1, because in that first game he played it.
Oh no, they got more heroes up here. The snowball save. He's running right down onto Techies. They're trying to get the kill on to Flea. But with the X marks, he's back. And with the mana drain, they're trying to get the damage before he dies. They do get the kill onto Lion. You almost think if he was just able to right-click. But now they change their attention onto Kunkka. He's got the Torrent to throw the battery assault away from him for a moment. But with the snowball save, they turn their attention onto a dead-shotted Jakiro. And now Frugos stuck in the calling. It's 2 kills in this lane. One goes to Juror. The other one goes to this Muerta, who's made his way up top quickly.
Props to this Muerta. He is a very active carry. He has been showing up and getting kills both games. And that is a very hard thing to do as a pause 1.
I feel like it's easy to show up, but this guy's actually showing up when it makes sense, right? I mean, it's like he makes it worth it. I mean, he was TPing mid last game with just like a game plan, right? He had the playbook, actual Oracle.
To be fair, he died when he went mid under tower, but hey, he got the kill, and that's what's important.
He did get the kill. They rotated down bottom. He has no mana, but he is in dragon form. He was able to use the magic stick to do a little bit of damage with the Breathe Fire. And now Techi's returning with the Necro. He's got the Scythe, and they've got the kill onto the Kunkka. So the rotations are starting now from both teams. Pronouns was lagging a little bit, but it looks like now they're ready to be active.
The nice thing about this Necro Dragonite is they both kind of help each other out with how consistent they are. The Necro happened to lost lane, but now he can just go with the Dragonite and push a tower with them. And the Techies has so much damage to help the Necro get kills.
Oh, they're trying to make a play on Enigma.
He's got the black hole in 2 seconds.
Yeah, and I'm not so sure about this. The Earthspike lands. The right clicks are there. It's a killing spree.
They might just go for
Enigma.
this Necro under tower or something with the black hole. They're chilling.
You know, like when you're thinking really hard and you're like you squint your eyes, almost like you bring your eyebrows down. Like that's how I'm at watching this game, man. I don't know. This game is going in like I feel like I'm learning here too much.
Yeah.
Oh no. Clockwork, he shows up. The black hole, it lands on a Necro. Techies, he jumps in the air for the blast off, but he's just inside the black hole. But the disarm and blood grenade onto this Enigma. He's just going to walk himself right out of here. This man already has a Vlad's, and up top, Muerta gets the kill onto this Jakiro. It's gone from bad to worse, Samson. What can Pronouns do to get back into this game?
It's about the Dragonite. I think the Dragonite's your hardest carry in this game anyway. He can scale really hard. Like we were talking about how he's a 1-3 hero. let's hope he's a 1 this game. He's going for the Mage Slayer, which is a bit greedy. But makes sense against all the magic damage that copeDAO has.
copeDAO. Speaking of copeDAO, they are smoked on the clockwork. Wait, no. That's Pronouns. Pronouns is making a play. They're making a play. They found Chola. Flea is here now. There's Spike in no man's land. But that's okay. There's 4 heroes here. Pronouns trying to make something happen. They will get the kill onto the Tusk.
Yeah, Tusk kind of feels bad right now. Wait. Look at this guy's build. He has 2 wind laces on
no.
Tusk.
The cruise has arrived. Achy Bones almost dies to the Tidebringer.
The Tusk accidentally bought 2 wind laces, I think. I don't know what happened there.
Does it not stack? No, I'm kidding.
No.
Imagine you just have 6 wind laces.
So fast.
All right. Kunkka. He's found the clockwork. Clockwork making these plays all around the map. A nice dead shot. Kunkka will claim the kill. Clockwork will fall. copeDAO, they're back to business. This Shakiro, he's just having a run. But his team has arrived. Techies is slow. The snowball is out. They've got the urn on top of him. He's stuck in the shards, and that's where he'll lie. Dig himself a grave, because he will get nowhere further. Man, this game is tough. It is getting insane. You've got a Vlad's on Enigma. I feel like they have so many notable items, actually. You've got the whole Maelstrom on the Muerta. I don't know if they're going to leave you alone. Oh, no. Jakiro, he's making things happen. He's got the macro part out. Chola, he's run himself right through.
4 seconds, 3 seconds
Got
for
the Midnight
Black Hole.
Pulse down. They try the Reaper Scythe, but they're still able to get the kill onto Tusk. But the Lion comes in, uses the finger, gets the 2nd kill as Enigma just TPs himself right out of here. Kunkka right on the edge, too. Thinking about getting involved. I think Flea is just going to play a bit of hide and seek for a while. He does have TP.
Oh.
Oh, no.
That blast off felt very slow. Just the actual animation, the little load up.
Yeah. Yeah, it does feel like Pronouns are not catching any break here.
Yeah, you were talking about how learning something from this game. I think it's because both of these drafts are so like unconventional, but also I guess like they're both of course really smart teams who have ideas behind what they're doing.
Absolutely. Yeah, I just feel like this Enigma mid, like unless you knew he played it, it just seems like it maybe caught some people off guard. I was definitely caught off guard as they catch their pause 1 Jakiro up in the jungle up top. And they're trying to get some return here. Clockwork's got the Enigma inside the cogs, and they got the techies. He jumps in with the blast off. They do. The end of the mega kill streak for the Enigma, but now the Muerta is here. The dead shot lands onto the techies. The roll coming out from the Tusk. They're trying to finish off the techies, but might be a little bit too deep here. The Earth Spike just to get the 2 of them out, and now Kunkka is getting involved. 1 by 1, Necro is next in to the lineup. He's going to walk himself right into this Kunkka. The hookshot does miss.
That Enigma was so close to getting a really, really good ult off. Like he's so close to getting his Blink Dagger. Oh, he's going for the Midas.
Of course, right? Of course.
Yeah, I guess. He's top net worth. They win late game probably too. I guess they don't think the Dragon Knight's going to do enough tower pressure for them to care. And this Shaggy game is pretty sad too.
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal. I think this Clockwork falling, they're smoked up in the mid lane. They're trying to make plays,
Okay.
but I don't know, man. It does seem hard.
You're going for the lion.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh no, not like this. I'm sorry. And Lion, he's not even afraid of the mid laner. He just jumps right in, Earth spikes, sucks him for a bit of mana, and sends him on his way. Wow.
Dude, what was that? What was that?
I
That
mean,
was
that's a Lion with 3 finger stacks at 14 minutes, I guess. I don't know. You blast off right in front of him, and you took it to the dome. It's got to feel bad.
maybe I just don't pay attention to blast off this often, but it feels really, really slow. Like the animation just feels so clunky. Like, yeah, those last 2 kills would have been gotten if Techies was a little faster. Not even flaming the player, just the character, if anything, the
No,
hero.
absolutely. Down bottom, Enigma, he tries to go onto the Jakiro. He's got the black hole that's going to kill off the Jakiro, but they've got Enigma stuck in the cogs and in the Macropyre. They get the Enigma, but not before it's a double kill for the Muerta.
Nice. Little kill off. Nice kill of the Jakiro 1.
Yeah, the Jakiro won.
He's going for an Ags on Jakiro.
Okay.
Classic build.
I mean, there's some validity to that, right? I mean, you got the Necro, you've got the DK. I think you kind of control areas. Maybe the upgraded Macropyre. It's nice in that way.
Yeah, like the clock goes in on somebody. You put an ult
Exactly.
down. Maybe you get a Techies Ags. I mean, I think that's pretty far away, but same idea as the Jakiro Ags. Just ton of magic damage in an area. Could be nice against Enigma, Tusk.
It does feel bad if they walk away from the area, I guess. But I can see if they're able to catch them in some confined space. Can definitely see the game plan there.
Wow, so this Dragonite truly has turned into the one.
Yeah.
He's like second net worth now.
I think it's what
Farming
they
it up.
had to do. Oh god, they got another kill. He's still got the finger in his pocket though.
I'm still thinking about that Techies jump mid. That was funny.
Yeah. I think it was in slow-mo for all of us. I think we saw him. He wanted to jump. Oh no. They've caught their pause 1. The boat's headed in. He's X-marked. The boat lands. They've got the snowball. And they've got a killing spree on the line. And that's his 4th finger kill.
The Lion has almost caught up to the Jakiro in net worth.
Yeah, it's tough.
Flea is popping off as usual.
Oh no. He lands the Earth Spike. They found the Techies. The Midnight Pulse is on the ground. He surfs his way, but never makes it to the beach.
Flea is really valuing the Spirit Vessel. He went for it last game too. And on
Yeah.
2 heroes that don't necessarily get the item every game.
I think it's just like he's been involved in so many kills, right? So he buys the early urn, and he knows he's gonna have the stacks. It's a good item against the Necro as well, right?
Yeah.
Necro, DK. Oh gosh, they've got the stun. Speaking of Necro and DK, they teamed up, and the hook shot lands onto Lion. That will be a scythe right through the dome. Sends himself back on the wave. Clockwork. Nice into the deep ocean, but he is still X-marked. They've got the calling. They've got the black hole. Techie's trying to get involved, but not before Clockwork will fall. So they get the Lion, but they get the Clockwork in return.
Oh, so the guy in chat that said this Enigma mid was a classic was lying.
I mean,
This
you can't
guy
trust
does not
chat,
play
bro.
Enigma mid. Yeah, but yeah, I
You
should
can't
have
trust
listened.
chat. I'm going to tell you, that's rule number 2, I think. You just
Even
tell the
above
chat they did
TP?
well, but you never tell him that you don't believe him. Necro, my goodness, he's been caught, he's been grabbed, he's been pulled, he's been stuck. Even had the ice shards around him. They take him down. Techies will follow.
Yeah, 11 deaths on the clockwork.
Yeah, it's not
It's
great.
rough out there for a pause 5.
It doesn't feel good, man. It doesn't feel good.
Dragon Knight is still prospering though. He's 0-0-6.
But it just doesn't feel like this hero like you guys talked about. It's this hero that, you know, you kind of take towers and you feel aggressive early, no? I mean, it definitely scales well, but he's pretty much retracted from any of these team fights.
So what Dragon Knight does, I think he does the push thing, and that's why he's a good early game hero for sure. But there's this stage where if you run out of burst damage and he can't burst the Dragon Knight, he feels like really crazy powerful. That's kind of like his secondary like power spike. Is kind of like when you can't burst him and he can just sit in the middle of a fight and he can just dragon at you.
Sure. But I mean, it does feel like they kind of have some answers, I guess. I mean, you've got the Spirit Vessel, you've got the damage from Huerta.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you've got the Midnight Pulse and the Black Hole from Enigma to where DK can never be in the front. I don't know. Seems tough, but Pronouns, they're still trying to make something happen. Necro instantly hit with the Earth Spike. But like you said, the Dragon is up. He's got the Manta. They want this tower. They want to get busy. And now the fight's going to start. The Necro tries to get the Tusk with the Reaper Scythe, but he's on a glimmer of life. And now the DK is going to die to the Snowball. And that's not it. They're stuck in both the Callings. They're killed Muerta with the double kill. And he even got the Clockwork Courier in that.
Yeah, you were right. It does not matter. Like, maybe the Dragon Knight almost survived there, but then the Muerta showed up. So it wasn't going to really matter anyway. They just have enough damage for this guy.
Yeah, it's super tough. Because it feels like he needs to be the frontliner. The Necro is kind of falling behind.
The Muerta pick... Not many people have been playing Muerta at all. I mean, we saw it last game on Flea, but that was a pause 4. But this Old Fashioned has been popping off in other games as Muerta. I mean, he has the kill record on Muerta. It kind of seems like a little bit of an oversight to not ban the Muerta, especially after you picked Necro and Dragon Knight. What did they ban instead? Like Morphling or something?
Yeah.
Faceless Void. Yeah, and they already had the Tusk too. Like the Tusk Muerta lane was something they played last week and that destroyed. Beware.
Yeah, I think it's super interesting too because we're always talking about like the combo of Tusk and like in the off lane and how well it does with the tag team. And I don't know, Muerta as the pause 1, I feel like it just almost is like an even better tool, like outside of the lane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, last game, I think we saw that where you just, even if it's not in lane, right, you have 4 heroes hitting with tag team. That's
exactly
so much more damage on. And if it's some big target, you know, everybody can help him.
And it's just so weird. It just feels like this Tusk is like getting through. And it does seem like it's performing well. I don't know what the win rate is on it, but it does seem like it contributes quite a lot. I mean, you have the save, you have like what it gives you in the lane. And you have like the potential for like getting the kick for like to be able to move heroes. I don't know. I feel like this Tusk hero in the right hands is just honestly should be prioritized a little bit more in the draft early.
Yeah, that's the thing though. It's in the right hands, right? A bad shard can save the enemy team pretty easily.
Oh no. You've got the Sphere Vessel and Shaggy. He gets himself fingered on a cruise. And he's not coming back from this one.
Man, this copeDAO draft is actually just more beautiful as the game goes longer.
That is tough, man. And I think the Spirit Vessel is like doing so much. Like these heroes can never be alone. Every time he can secure a kill, he's throwing it out there. And he's just getting more stacks as he tries to hookshot himself to the side camp.
Okay. How does the Dire bring it back? How does Pronouns bring it back? The Dragon Knight's going for an Ags. He's actually pretty close to that. Dragon Knight doesn't have horrible farm. Techie's going for Yules. Necro's going for Eternal Shroud. Okay, they have the Jakiro Ags. Have we even seen that, really?
No.
That would be exciting when we see that, finally.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a bit of a pessimist here, but it just feels so hard to keep these heroes where you want them to go. It feels like copeDAO is controlling where the fights happen and when they happen. And we'll have to see if this Macropyre can change it, because they're definitely going to need their Jakiro if they're going to get back into this game.
He's going for a Parasma as well on the Jakiro, which it could be really good. He also has the right side, the 200 attack range talent on Jakiro, so he'll be from very far range, reducing enemy magic resistance.
What about this Morita? The damage is kind of ramping up.
Oh yeah, I think we're about to see it.
Oh no, the snowball is there, keeping the techies in place. The calling, there's the Macropyre. He's actually got 3 stuck inside, but the Morita actually is gonna fall. First life is gone, and now the Enigma with the black hole. He's got the Necro, and it's gonna be enough with the Lion Finger. Hexed up Clockwork. He's stuck in the cogs, and now Techies, he jumps into the fray, and with the bombs, he's able to get himself some kills. Double kill for the Techies, but it's just a consolation prize. This Morita is still alive, and Lion gets another finger stack in that, up to 7.
Lion is now 5th net worth, above the Jakiro even, above the Necro even. Don't know how Necro's that low. Yeah, it's just this Muerta. This Muerta is too much damage. I don't know how they're ever going to deal with it. I mean, you saw the Jakiro working pretty good right there, but you just got the Aegis afterwards.
Yeah. I don't know. We watched that first series. I'm not going to call this one gone yet, but we watched that first series. THV, super confident coming into the weekend. Kind of underperforms a bit. And Pronouns, I don't know. They were really a top contender. To see them go 0-2 after the games that they've had, I feel like it's super surprising.
Yeah. Maybe their draft got figured out a little bit. But it's also, I think, just Radiant being really good.
No.
I mean,
They've got the kick. Tusk. He's got the Ags.
I don't think Pronouns can account for something like the lane swap that Cope did. Like, the lane swap was super, super game-changing.
It did seem that way. And then for Enigma to win that mid lane, especially on a hero like Necrophos that, Shaggy is incredibly known for. Pretty wild. And it wasn't even their mid player playing mid. Oh, Tusk, he's got the kick. Morta's got another kill. The tips come out.
And that's how you play a relocate hero, like a swap hero.
Oh no.
Kick him in.
Kick the dragon. The Macropyre in the back line. He's got the Ice Path as well. He's got 2 heroes stuck inside. Muerta with the godlike streak. And the boat coming over Kunkka. And the hookshot lands. He's got the calling though, so he was silenced up and the kick back out. And with Kunkka Ags, he's got the control. The tidal waves are up. They've got 2 buybacks, the Dragon Knight as well as the Necrophos, but you got the Spirit Vessel. You got the Necro running for his life, but you got the damage out from the Muerta. Necro barely able to get back into base. You got another buyback out from the Clockwork, and with the jump from the Techies, you've got an instant black hole. 2 heroes stuck inside of this, and a godlike streak. 4 Raz on the Muerta. A finger is thrown, a scythe is landed. They're able to get the Enigma, but a triple kill from the Muerta. And you got to imagine the base is probably not safe at this point. A dead shot will land the feared up Necrophos, and the right clicks are there. Necrophos just making time, making space. Lion getting involved, 12 seconds till blink. Muerta back to action, hitting the tier 4s. Uh-oh. Another Macropire. 4-steps himself right through with the Hurricane Pike.
Yeah, runs at them.
Yeah, runs right through. When faced with hot coals, run forward.
It's the quickest way out.
They called GG. That's it. They're done. They won out.
Sad series for Pronouns. The Jakiro is 1-1 now.
Yeah, the Jakiro did not do so well. Luckily, we're back to the panel. We have Eagle on the panel. I want to get your thoughts. I'm sure you're watching the game pretty closely. Why do you think the game kind of went that way? And, I kind of touched on it in the game a little bit. It kind of is wild to see you guys go 0-2 after having so much success. So just give me your ideas on the game and kind of why you think the team, went 0-2 in this one.
Man, it sucks, but it happens. I had a feeling something like this would happen against copeDAO. copeDAO is a great team. They've got a fantastic owner, not like Continuum. They have a fantastic owner, and Flea is such a great support player. It's really hard for a team like us, who's really driven by the supports, to play into such a good support player. There's a really infamous quote from No Tail about games like this. I'm not going to quote it here, but copeDAO fully leaned into this game with Enigma mid. It was such an inspired choice, and it really kind of threw off the game. I had a really strong feeling heading into this game. Shaggy was going to roll mid. We were going to, roll top. Bot lane was going to wash because of the Dragonite. And then all of a sudden, we had this Enigma mid who was solo killing Shaggy. Shaggy is a fantastic player, but it's really, really hard for him to play into an Enigma mid, because who plays Enigma mid? It was such a fantastic choice. I'm really curious to see what the team has to say about that. I'm really, really, really curious to see what inspired that choice.
Absolutely. We got Chola for an interview. Chola, welcome to the panel, man. Great game out there and great series.
Thank you. What's up, guys?
So, hey, man. So talk us through, how you guys prepped for this week, how you guys feel going into the tournament next week.
I think we're pretty excited to finally be in the playoffs and be done placing. And Jur and Flea do most of the prepping beforehand, looking at Dota buffs and stuff, so they're pretty good at doing that. Jur's really helping out a lot with drafting and scouting out the other players.
I love that you were the one to do this interview, because from what I remember, you weren't on the team originally, right? You were picked up kind of mid-season, right?
Yeah.
How has that process been, and how are you enjoying being on copeDAO?
I really enjoy the team. They really brought me in with open arms. Everyone's really cool and accepting. And I was just glad I got the opportunity. At first, I didn't know if I was going to play because I was going to get a job halfway through the season and didn't know how to balance that out, but it worked out. So
nice. Well, I'm glad you made it. I know that if copeDAO didn't pick you up, somebody would have for sure. Absolutely. I'm going to see if Eagle and Samson have any questions for Chola.
Yeah, man, absolutely. So, as many may know, Chola is a previous NADCL winner, but during the draft, you didn't end up getting selected initially. How did you kind of feel after the draft, and did that kind of put a chip on your shoulder when you actually, finally got on a team, and now you're starting to smash everyone? You kind of showing all the owners wrong. They should have drafted you.
You can smile, bro. You can smile. You're smashing right now.
No, I'm just getting carried by Russians. This time it's before it was Fade and Babbage, and now it's Old White, I think. And he's really standing out in these games. Game 1, he played an amazing anti-mage, carried us, but I'm just here for the ride, and hopefully I don't grief too hard.
No, man, don't sell yourself short. You played a fantastic tree in that first game. It really disrupted the flow of kind of some of the ideas that we had in the game. And I'm kind of curious about that Muerta flex pick. Was that a pick that you intended to flex going into the draft, or was that something that you kind of did last minute? Like, hey, we have this Muerta here. Why don't we kick it over to Flea and let's see how he does it on 4?
Yeah, I think Flea decided to flex it, and he's an amazing player. I don't think he's had that many games on the hero, but he had a great performance. He ended up securing the kills on Troll where he couldn't ulti a lot in that game. So Flea's an amazing player, and I'm happy to have him on my team helping me be a better player. So it was a flex pick though.
Cool,
Samson,
awesome.
do you have anything?
Yeah, continuing with the flexes, how did you end up with the Enigma mid? Because that was pretty game changing from our perspective.
I think they picked Necro and they picked DK early in the draft. So we were trying to draft something that would be good against them. And I think the Enigma mid thing happened because we picked Kunkka and we just decided it'd be a better matchup against the Necro. And Fultz kind of like smurfed that matchup. He was doing amazing. He solo killed the Necro, I think, 3 times. So my teammates are like really good. They always win the side lanes, and like these guys are amazing, man. So it's easy being next to them on the same team,
Yeah, I actually have a question about maybe how it is for someone that maybe is a little bit lower MMR than the top, because I think you're like, just under 8K, I believe.
Yeah.
How is it for you playing with some of the people that are 9 and 10K? Do you feel like it's making you a better player, like maybe being inside some of the ideas and how the game flows?
Yeah, I think it like solidifies the good concepts of Dota. In solo queue, it's kind of different because it's like a kind of zoo-ish setting, but it helps me understand the game and like a holistic view of competitive Dota. It's very helpful having these players on my team, and it's like hard playing with confidence when you're like the worst by far. So that's also like a factor that goes into it.
Well, cool. Do you guys have anything else for Chola?
No, nothing from me, man. Don't be too down on yourself. Your tree
Yeah.
game 1. There's a reason why we first banned that tree the second time around. Don't be
Yeah,
too
they
hard on
banned
yourself.
it. Game 2, brother.
I'm glad to hear it.
You might be the lowest MMR, but they had to ban a hero because you played it game 1.
I mean, last week Flea said play a hero so much that they would have to ban it. So early in the draft, once you guys got that ban, I'm like, okay, my job's done. You guys got to carry me through this game.
I love it, man. Well, I am glad that you're part of the league, and hopefully you'll have similar success to last season. I'm wishing you luck, brother, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you. And I look forward to playing against the Sporks, my team from last season. So
Yeah.
see them in the
love it.
playoffs. Shout out
See
to
you on
Henry.
A little shout out. I love it. Right before the tournament. All right.
All right. Thank you, guys.
No problem.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
All right. I was waiting for a clean break there, but Samson, Eagle, guys, give me some closing remarks. Like, how was today, and what are you guys looking forward to going into the tournament next week?
Yeah, Samson, you want to go first?
Dude, I'm excited for Sporkface versus copeDAO. After that call out, we don't get many just voluntary call outs. Usually we have to kind of get it out of them, but that was a voluntary call out. He wants to face his old team.
That's true. That's true. We still have games tomorrow. Let's see. From what I can tell, it looks like we've got 6 teams that have qualified for upper bracket. We've got Sporkface Killers, DGen Dinos, Pronouns, Fryboys, copeDAO, and Yodi Brody Nexus. THV, Chompers, Astronaut, and Bullish all on the fringe. All depends on tomorrow to which 2 teams are going to make it into the upper bracket. Continuum and Little Nouns are relegated down to the bottom. So got some games tomorrow. We'll have to see how they go out. But Eagle, tell me what you're excited for, man.
Yeah, super excited. Obviously, I'm excited to see my team play tomorrow. We'll get these the bottom of the rankings solidified, see who's in, who's out. Some really crucial games tomorrow. We'll have to see, who's going lower bracket, who's going upper bracket. Man, those lower bracket best of ones are so scary.
Absolutely. Well, I think that's going to be it for us. Week 3, day 1, last day of the best of 2s are tomorrow. Make sure you guys are there. Join us. Let's see who makes the upper bracket, and then let's all enjoy the tournament, because I think that's what we've all been waiting for. So thanks for being here. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. I'm Yodi, joined by Eagle and Samson, and we'll see you next time.
Bye, chat.
See you guys.